and playing a team that you have their number. You saw that record up there. It was a 116-39 or 112-39. I mean, that's an incredible record over a team since 2002. So that helps as well. Having a really close win, a tight win, I mean, you could build off of that. I mean, even though it was a nail biter, you still build off of that. And then you come in and you win a 5-2 game and you really played well. Offensively, you played well. You had 3 home runs, like you mentioned. They were big. You got unlikely home runs from Kiner Falefa and also Gonzalez, so that helps.
Want to ask you about Andrew Benintendi. So if he has surgery tomorrow, every player's different, but it sounds like they're guardedly optimistic that he could still be a factor this season.
Yeah, I would have liked to know, okay, how long did it take, Benintendi had it in college. How long did that take for him to come back? And also Boone had the same injury. How long were you out? You said you came back. I mean, how long were you out? So they feel that he has some season left, and you look at it, and right now the Yankees are the number 2 seed, so they wouldn't start the playoffs until, I think, October 10th or 11th. So that gives you a little more than a month for him to get healthy, take some at-bats, maybe get a few at-bats at the end. Maybe that last week's not going to matter as far as them getting a seed or winning the division and getting the number 2 seed. So that way they could play him every day. He can get some at-bats that he needs, maybe hit him 1 or 2, and then get him ready for the playoffs.
All right, that's something we'll keep an eye on down the line and maybe have some more news on tomorrow. In the meantime, we'll take a break, and coming up next, we're going to turn our attention back to pitching, and Jameson Taillon didn't go as deep into the ballgame as I'm sure he would like, but 5 strong innings. We'll hear from Taillon right after this.
When I first heard of ClickUp, I thought it was something out of a martial arts movie. But that's a kick-up. Man, I love kick-ups. So it got me thinking, how many others out there wish they could kick up? So I created the Academy of Epic Kick-Ups. And get this, we manage all our kick-ups in ClickUp. Student goals, instructor docs, progress reports, all right here. Thanks to ClickUp, the Academy of Epic Kick-Ups can kick butt.
Paying down debt can feel overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be. Upstart makes it fast and easy. Borrowers can access the funds they need in as little as 1 business day. Checking your rate is fast, easy, with no cost to you or your credit score. Loans start at $1,000 and go up to $50,000. Join the club of over 1.8 million customers who have turned to Upstart for a personal loan. Your financial freedom begins at upstart.com.
Follow your passion, wherever it may lead.
To the middle of nowhere, apparently.
Who are you?
I'm from Edmonds.
Nobody knows the car marketplace better. For instance, this model's hard to find. Could be because we're in the middle of the desert.
We'd recommend a certified pre-owned model instead.
You get similar features and a factory-back warranty.
Can we still look beautiful?
You do you.
For unbiased research, reviews, and industry expertise, go to Edmunds First. We drive it like it is.
What are you looking at?
As you get ready for what's next, you think about what really matters and what it means to be connected to everyone around you, to your community. We want to make the most of these moments, these new memories, together. And custom gear from Custom Ink can help. We've developed new tools to make it easy to create custom products and get them to everyone, whether you're together now or still apart. Custom Ink has hundreds of products to help you feel connected. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
Dude is absolutely incredible. What is the ceiling for this guy? How good can he really be?
He's done it again. Amazing.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
Buttons. This is an adoption campaign, but it's not for me or Mr. Buttons or Frank over there. It's for you, humans. This is a call to humans to adopt our movement, to adopt our cause.
This isn't just about saving one of us.
It's about saving all of us.
Thousands of lives, every single day.
It's about support for every one of us four, and sometimes not four-legged best friends, waiting to meet a best friend of our own. With Best Friends Animal Society leading the charge.
Shelter by shelter. City by city.
We can save thousands of pets each day. Join us. Together we can save them all.
Back on the post game with a look at Jameson Taillon. 5 innings today, and for the most part, Nelly protecting that early 2-run lead.
Yeah, and he was cruising. He had a really nice slider early, and here's a nice job here in the second inning from Gio Urshela. His first at bat back at Yankee Stadium, a little 6-4-3, and then gets Garlick, or actually Cave, there on a strikeout for a curveball. So nice job. There's that nice, nasty slider getting Correa in the third.
And then top of the fourth, after a 2-out walk to Urshela, he strikes out Garlick there. So 3 strikeouts through 4, but gives up the game-tying homer to Sanchez.
He made a mistake with a fastball inside, and this was crushed by Sanchez. This is one guy you didn't want to have happen at Yankee Stadium. And he throws a curveball, and he winds up getting Gordon there to pop out to left field.
All right, so had a couple innings go a little longer than he would have liked. He throws 83 pitches over the 5 innings, allows just 6 hits, 2 runs, walked a couple too, which is uncharacteristic, but overall a very effective curveball and slider, as well as the sinker, except he gave up the home run with that pitch. Let's hear from Taillon postgame on what was working.
Jameson, what did you feel like was working for you this afternoon?
I thought my curveball was pretty good. I thought early on the sinkers were really good. Got some quick outs there, established the fastball inside. Fastball curveball, I guess.
Was your arm at all an issue?
No. Really grateful for that. 4 or 5 days ago, I was a little worried that maybe I'd broken something in my arm, and here I am today getting to pitch at Yankee Stadium. So feeling really lucky for that.
Nice to see the offense kind of put up some runs, get back to hitting the long ball a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there were great at-bats all day today. Even when we were getting out and stuff, I thought we were working counts, really competitive at-bats throughout. I thought, Marwin coming up with a big homer, Izzy coming up with a big homer. It's cool to see guys like that, stepping in and stepping up.
Shocker, Aaron Judge had another homer. If you ask him, he'll tell you he's not worried about, the records and all of that. But how dialed in are you guys here as you're watching it?
I don't know if we're dialed into any sort of record. It's just fun to show up and watch him play every day. He can hit any pitch out at any time. The at-bats are always competitive. He's a huge team guy. He plays defense. He shows up on the bases. So it's been fun to be a part of. And it seems like, I don't know the numbers, but it seems like every time I pitch, he hits a homer. So maybe I need to pitch more through the end of the year or something.
When you pitch and you have a guy like Aaron Judge at the backs, you feel more comfortable?
Yeah. It's nice to play with him behind you. There's maybe only a few guys throughout the league who are even close to coming close to as big of a threat as he is. So, it's one swing of the bat can change a game anytime he's up there.
We see the home runs and everything. What do you see the more subtle things about him that make you say?
Yeah, he's invested in what his pitching staff's doing. He comes up to us and talks pitching all the time. He'll talk sequencing with us. If he gets out, he's immediately rooting on the next guy. And it's all genuine. It doesn't, it's not like he's up there just doing it to say, look at me, I'm a good team guy. He genuinely is just that invested in everybody.
You mentioned the excitement, especially in the IKF, the Marwin homers. Is that an extra boost when guys like that do something that typically they don't always do?
Yeah, I think it's a boost period, but I think even just for them, it's probably a nice boost. I think that was Izzy's second homer, and it seems like both times he's homered, it's been in big games, big situations. Marwin never knows when his name's going to be called, but steps up. If we could get those guys feeling boosted and, just feeling like they're a really big part of it, I think that's important too.
Where were you trying to go with that Sanchez pitch?
I was trying to go in, and we got it in or half, but we didn't get it in. And that's the only pitch I threw him today, I think. I threw him all sinkers the first at-bat, all sinkers the second at-bat, I think. So I think we maybe just went to the well one too many times. He didn't miss it.
We're going to take a break here on the postgame. When we come back, we're going to hear from Aaron Judge once again. Home run number 54 this afternoon. He's homered in 3 straight. Judge is coming up right after this.
Over the years, I learned that I had a strong passion for creating my own business and having the freedom to live life on my own terms.
Zen Business has helped thousands of entrepreneurs just like us take care of the boring business stuff so that we can focus on launching and running a successful business.
Their all-in-one digital platform allowed me to start and grow my business quickly.
Their step-by-step digital process makes filing a breeze so that we can focus on what really matters.
Zen Business gave me the resources and confidence to excel.
Start your business today by going to zenbusiness.com/TV.
Local hero, national champ, now he's home and expected to save the franchise and continue to go forward with hope as the plan on the
What's up, guys? I wish this was in person so I could buy each and one of you a beer or something.
Let's play the game.
Hey, guys, am I dreaming or can we actually win this thing?
It's a perfect pass.
Welcome to Casper. Here, a cooler night's sleep is crafted with Snow technology, using heat-delete bands, Airscape breathable foam, and a quick cool cover, helping you drift off with ease and sleep 6 degrees cooler all through the night. Wake up refreshed and ready for your best tomorrow. Save up to $600 off mattresses at Casper.com or a store near you.
Internet currency, or by mailing cash. Criminals use these forms of payment because they are hard to trace. Do not be fooled. Hang up. Ignore them. Report this criminal activity to the Social Security Administration Office of the Inspector General at oig.ssa.gov.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
These days, it feels like everything is 20% more expensive. But right now at Domino's, you can get 20% off the entire menu when you order online. That means 20% off specialty pizzas, mouth-watering wings, stuffed cheesy bread, and everything else for a limited time only at Domino's.
Your great-grandma used to tell Uncle Cooper the best stories, like Goldilocks and the Cooper tires. The Coopers are just right. Goldie's no sucker. What a lady. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
The Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you in part by Hyundai. There's never been a better time to get that new Hyundai you've always wanted. It's your journey. Own it. Learn more at buyhyundai.com.
Drill deep to left field. There it goes. See ya. A long home run into the second deck. Number 54. And the Yankees lead 4-2.
Mama, there goes that man again, Aaron Judge.
More on Judge's home run assault, courtesy of Toyota. He matches Alex Rodriguez for the most home runs by a Yankee in a single season all time with 54. He stands behind only Babe Ruth and Roger Maris, and he's on pace right now for 65. Here he is again, more postgame with Meredith and the media.
It's very grateful to watch you when you do it in the field, especially this season, how great you are. What does it make you feel?
Oh, it's always pretty cool hearing that from your manager and your skipper. You know, a guy you're going to battle for every single day. So no, that's what I'm trying to do. Hopefully, I'm always trying to impress him and do what I can for him.
When guys like Marwin and IKF both homer, Greg gets the win. Is that an extra boost when you get guys like that contributing in such huge ways?
Yeah, for us, getting that run in the first was big time, especially against Archer and the type of bullpen they have. But then Marwin coming through and getting us, another homer to, give us that, early 2-0 lead. That's, I think, really what helped us cruise there, for a little while before Gary responded. But, getting help from those guys and, IKF with the late homer to kind of give us that insurance run was big time. And anytime you can add a couple more runs and help our bullpen just go out there and just attack the zone, good things are going to happen.
And I'm sure the most important thing for you is that this great season you're having is in the context of the team winning. But how important is it to you to reach some of these goals that are now in sight? Roger Maris, 61 home runs, maybe even more.
I got nothing for you. It's, just trying to do what I can every single day. Show up to work prepared, ready to go, and do whatever it takes to help our team get a win. Today. That's me moving a guy over, driving a guy in. Making a play on defense. That's what I'm focused on. All the individual awards, accolades, stats that you kind of get throughout the year. It's all based on how well you help the team out. So if I'm out there helping the team every single day, that the stats, all that kind of stuff will show up.
You're not getting as many pitches to hit these days with how pitchers are pitching. Does that put an extra emphasis on when you do get something right over the plate? Kind of, but I try to stay locked in throughout every single at bat. Even more so now, I got to be locked in from the very first pitch to it's an 8-pitch at bat, that last pitch. So for me that's fun. That's what it's all about is seeing how mentally tough you can be to stay locked in, and when you get a pitch to drive, or get a pitch to do something with, do it, and if not, pass the baton and watch the guy behind you drive you in.
Is there any more emotional that the prior pitch was kind of close, and then you put the next pitch into the seats? Is there any emotion about that?
A little bit. I know it was a slider, so just kind of spun out of his hand a little bit. But your juices get flowing a little bit. Anytime a pitch kind of starts coming towards your head. But no, you just got to step out, take a breath, and then lock it back in for the next pitch.
Aaron, are you seeing fewer pitches that you can drive as you get closer and closer to the record we won't talk about? But is it harder for you to get that pitch per at bat than 3 months ago? For instance?
It's tough to say. I feel like the scouting report has always been the same on what guys want to do. So I feel like guys try to do that, and I try not to focus on if I'm getting one or not. I try to focus on my plan, and if I don't get something to hit, then so what? If I get one to hit, I'll try to take my ace swing and be ready for it. But I haven't really noticed if I'm getting more or less, to be honest.
And the fact that you don't want to talk about any of this personal stuff, is that because it's easier for you to perform when you're not thinking big picture? Is that because you don't want to be talking about things that don't involve the team? Or what's your reasoning behind just not wanting to engage that conversation until after the season?
It's just not important to me. What's important to me is winning, winning this division first off, and, putting our team in a good position going into the postseason, so... it's not all about me. No matter what happens, if I go 0 for 4 or 4 for 4, it's not about me. One guy can't, win or lose you a ball game. So all those accolades, all the records, stuff like that, that's off-season talk. We got to focus on, today we came out here, played a great ball game. A lot of guys contributed. We got the win, and that's what I'm here to talk about.
You've had some injured teammates on offense. The team's been a little uneven, we all know, lately, for a few weeks. How has it been? Has it been harder for you at all to kind of carry that burden, or is it just a responsibility you have that you've got to be at your level all the time to make this team win? Yeah, you got to show up. When you're hitting the top 3 of the order, you got to show up every single day. You got to post every day, and if guys are there, if guys are not there, if the normal crew we had in April's there or not, it really doesn't matter. I still got to go up there and I got to do my best for 4 or 5 at bats and play my heart out on defense. So. I like it when I got, Big G and Anthony and all those guys behind me, but if I don't, so what? I know they're healing up and they'll be back, when we need them.
Well, interesting to hear Judge talk about, he knows how he's being scouted, so he's been able to tighten up some of those areas, putting quality at bat after quality at bat out there. And I guess if I'm a player and I'm watching that and I'm not having quality at bats, I'd be trying to mimic what he's doing, like be hyper aware of where the pitches are and what zone I want to hit in.
Well, he just said, he's got to be locked in all the time, especially now when he knows that pitchers are going to pitch him carefully and not give him a whole lot to hit. And when they do make that pitch, it's either a mistake and he's hitting it or he's getting that pitch pitch, and he's hitting that as well. So it's nice to see. And like you mentioned, I think everybody should be as locked in as he is. You know, I think a lot of times some of these hitters, especially behind him, get way too aggressive. You look at Torres and Donaldson. You look at, Stanton has not had his swing. He's been bailing out. It's easy to see how much he bails out from almost every single pitch. So, yeah, I'm sure they would love to be locked in, but I think sometimes now they're like guessing and trying to, okay, I'm in such a hole that I'm just going to guess at a pitch and in a zone, and I'm going to try to swing at it. But he's just in one of those, it's unconscious what he's done this year, and it's really fun to watch. Like he just mentioned some of his teammates. He's hitting .302, so we talked a little bit about the Triple Crown. Bogarts right now is hitting .318 with the Red Sox. They're playing the Rays right as we speak, and Arise went down to .314, so Bogarts is leading. It's still going to be a big task for him to try to get the batting title, but hey, .302, he could climb his way up too. You never know. Maybe Bogarts slumps. You saw Arise. He didn't have a great game today, so anything could happen.
It's a fun conversation, and certainly will be a fun ride the rest of the way. We're going to take another break. We got more coming up here on the postgame. Marwin Gonzalez going deep as well today, along with Judge and Kiner Falefa. 3 home runs and a 5-2 win. We'll see you back here after this.
You definitely do not need to go to business school to become more successful.
Great negotiation is about great collaboration.
Pull the plug. Fire faster.
No matter what you do, you are in sales.
Don't worry, we've got your butt covered.
Away Things. Fit together with Away Things. That's our thing.
She got tricks in the stash, stacking up the cash fast when it comes to the gas. By no means average, it's on when she's got to have it. Baby, you're a perfect 10. I wanna get in, can I get down so I can? I like the way you work it, no diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I got to bag it up.
You've just been diagnosed with mesothelioma, and you're also facing the biggest financial decision of your life concerning which law firm to hire. Research your options, since all law firms are not equally experienced. Visit webinar.law to download the Law Firm Selection Checklist and video by Weitz and Luxembourg. We literally wrote the book on New York asbestos litigation. Call 1-888-411-LAWS to learn more. That's 888-411-LAWS.
With Drizzly, I can shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor. I just open the app, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes. Drizzly also lets me shop from multiple stores in my area and compare prices on thousands of products.
Ding dong, Drizzly.
You hear the sound of thunder. Not much time to run for cover.
He's not just on pace to get to 61. He's on pace to shatter that home run record, shatter it. Home run, Aaron Judge.
Some guys are just meant to hit home runs.
This dude is absolutely incredible. What is the ceiling for this guy? How good can he really be?
Amazing.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
Dear humans, this is an adoption campaign, but it's not for me or Mr. Buttons or Frank over there. It's for you, humans. This is a call to humans to adopt our movement, to adopt our cause.
This isn't just about saving one of us.
It's about saving all of us.
Thousands of lives, every single day.
It's about support for every one of us four, maybe sometimes not four-legged best friends, waiting to meet a best friend of our own. With Best Friends Animal Society leading the charge.
Shelter by shelter, city by city.
We can save thousands of pets each day. Join us. Together we can save them all.
The Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you in part by Peter Manning. Discover great fit with Peter Manning. Closed for the not-so-tall guy.
Some good intra-division battles going on. Blue Jays and Orioles. Orioles down 3-1, bottom of the sixth. Ryan Mountcastle going to get a base hit to right off Kevin Gausman. Adley Rutschman motors around. He'll score from first on the RBI double, and the Orioles get it to within 3-2. But Toronto would get a run back in the top of the eighth.
Yeah, Oscar Hernandez goes dead central in a hanger. Number 20 on the year puts Toronto up 4-2.
Next half inning, Anthony Santander answers right back. He drills one deep to left off Tim Meza, his second of the game, 27th of the year. O's within 1, 4-3, but Toronto ends up pulling away.
Yeah, 2 out and nobody out for Vlad Jr. Little base hit up the middle. That's an RBI single. The Jays score 3 in the ninth. They go on to win 7-3.
All right, so Toronto winning game 1 of a doubleheader. Meantime, Red Sox and Rays in St. Pete, top of the first. Alex Verdugo, second batter of the game, and he crushes one off Luis Patino into the stands. Red Sox up 1-0 early, but the Rays would quickly tie it up.
Yeah, how about Harold Ramirez? Off of Michael Wacha, a little bleeder into right center field. That's going to be an RBI base hit. Scores Margot, ties the game at 1-1. You see the Red Sox take the lead 2-1.
All right, so these are the standings as of right now, with the Rays still pending. The Yankees up by 5.5 in the division. But, Nelly, what's kind of cool is with those teams we just showed facing each other, they're going to kind of cannibalize each other over the next 2 or 3 days.
They are, and the Yankees just can continue to count down games. Now, with 27 left, and they've got a 5.5 game lead until that Rays and Red Sox game is over. So, that's all that matters. You just take care of your own backyard and you worry about everybody else. You're going to see the Rays over the weekend, but you have the Twins who are also fighting for a spot there in the Central. How about the Central? There's going to be about 80 to 82 wins to win that division.
Yeah, Twins, Guardians, they're all hanging around. The White Sox as well. Yep. We're going to take a break. Coming up next, we're going to talk about Game 2 of this series against the Twins, and Garrett Cole will be taking the mound. We'll talk about him coming up next.
When you buy appliances from the Home Depot, everything just clicks. Compare brands in-store or online, see them in your space, and schedule free delivery. So when it's installed, it'll just click. Save up to $1,052 on the new Samsung Bespoke Laundry Set at the Home Depot.
I have, over my 30 years, seen many patients who have excessive sweating. I recommend Carpe. It's a game changer.
Carpe is up to 3 times stronger than a regular strength antiperspirant. Try it today at mycarpe.com with limited time free shipping.
Every Sunday, watch the Yes Hyundai Sunday Game of the Week. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers and the stylish all-wheel drive Hyundai Tucson. Test drive one today or visit us at buyhyundai.com. The Yes app is your home for streaming the Yankees on Yes.
And that ball is gone.
Don't miss an inning of the action anywhere you go.
He makes the play.
Yankees baseball, streaming on the Yes app. Presented by Miller Lite.
When I got out of the Marine Corps, I was not just, working with my physical disabilities, I was emotionally broken. I remember thinking, how did I get here? How? It was affecting me in my marriage. My husband, he didn't know how to help me. He actually called Wounded Warrior Project. Wounded Warrior Project had this thing called Couples Odyssey.
It was an eye-opener, and I think it really saved our marriage.
They gave us books and resources and tools on how to help us with that. I just love him. I love you, honey.
I love you too. watching her fight for her mental health, fighting for other veterans, fighting for this family, helped me to fight too. Well, I always loved her, but I love her 10 times more for that.
Not all wounds are visible. If you or a loved one are suffering, visit woundedwarriorproject.org/notalone.
During Toyota's national sales event, we're working hard to deliver new Toyotas so you can enjoy the last of summer. From hitting the rapids with a RAV4 hybrid, to kicking up sand in a Tundra, or camping out in a Highlander. Hey guys!
Get 1.9% APR financing for 48 months on the fuel-efficient 2022 Highlander or Highlander Hybrid. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost service plan.
Come in today.
Toyota, let's go places.
We're back with a look at Game 2, Tuesday's probable pitchers, in a game that you can see on Prime Video with pregame coverage starting at 6:30. Of course, we'll have a postgame on Yes. Right-hander Joe Ryan against Garrett Cole. And Cole, Nelly, certainly hopes that the offense is trending up for him. They scored 5 runs on 3 homers in this victory today. He's gotten 6 runs of support over his last 7 games.
Right. I mean, he just continues to do it. I mean, he leads in innings in the AL and also strikeouts. And a little redemption against the Twins. His last outing in Minnesota, he gave up 5 home runs, uncharacteristic of Garrett Cole. But he just is solid. You know, he also needs to stay away from that big inning. It seems like he just cruises for 6 or 7 innings. Next thing you know, maybe it's a slider or a mislocated fastball and a couple home runs, couple runs, but he's been solid. Perfect guy to ride this little wave that the Yankees are on.
All right, he'll try to keep a strong run of starting pitching going. Again, we will see you coming up tomorrow night after the game itself on Prime Video just after 7 o'clock. Pre-game at 6:30 on Prime Video. And you come right back to Yes after the game, and we will see you right back here. Yanks get the 5-2 win, stringing together 2 wins in a row. Try to carry that feel good into Tuesday. We'll see you then. Take care.
By New York City. 1, 2, 3. That's what we do, baby.
You see, son, with a little elbow grease, you can do just about anything.
Thanks, Dad.
That's right, Robert. And it's never too early to learn you could save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
That's right, Jamie. But it's not just about savings. It's about the friends we make along the way.
You said it, Flo. And don't forget to floss before you brush. Your gums will thank you.
That's right, Dr. Gary.
Jamie?
Sorry, I had another thought, so I got back in line.
What was it?
I can't remember.
You hear the sound of thunder.
He's not just on pace to get to 61. He's on pace to shatter that home run record, shatter it. Home run, Aaron Judge.
Some guys are just meant to hit home runs. This dude is absolutely incredible. What is the ceiling for this guy? How good can he really be?
And the march to history gets a little closer.
Dear humans, this is an adoption campaign, but it's not for me or Mr. Buttons or Frank over there. It's for you, humans. This is a call to humans to adopt our movement, to adopt our cause.
This isn't just about saving one of us.
It's about saving all of us.
Thousands of lives. every single day.
It's about support for every one of us and sometimes not four-legged best friends waiting to meet a best friend of our own. With Best Friends Animal Society leading the charge.
Shelter by shelter. City by city.
We can save thousands of pets each day. Join us. Together we can save them all.
When you become a champion, everyone wants a piece of you. You're a New York champion, so there's a lot more eyeballs on you this season. There's a target on your back, and to try and repeat is in the DNA of this football club now. It's time to get down to business, baby. Let's go. Have it!
You're watching Yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
The Michael Kay Show on Yes is brought to you by Untuck It. Shirts designed to be worn untucked. Shop now at untuckit.com.
This is Robin Roberts, and the Michael Kay Show starts right now. Take it away, Michael, Don, and Peter.
And a good afternoon, everybody. This is indeed the Michael Kay Show. Rainy Tuesday, September 6, 2022. Let's get right to it. Michael, Don, and Peter. I am through the nervous breakdown. The contract snafu has been worked out. The suspension that I was under, that has now been lifted, and we are back and better than ever and ready to roll.
Don't feed into the rumor mill.
All of those things. It's all good now.
See? Just took a little bit of negotiating into the wee hours last night, I'm told.
Oh, yeah. No, today.
No, Michael Kay.
What are you, Ricky Henderson? We're renegotiating his contract. And first of all, I know everybody that listens and watches this show, they're sports fans. Radio negotiations don't work like sports negotiations, okay? There's no such thing as a holdout. All right? They don't do that. It's called getting fired. You know, if you hold out, then you don't get paid. You lose your job. All right. So that's probably not the best way, Peter, to get a new contract. Is saying, well, I'm not. If I'm not starting, I'm not departing.
That wasn't the way it worked. I mean, they came back to me and they begged me, "You've got to save the show right now. It's not good right now. It's not happening."
Don't even go there, buddy.
That's what they said.
Don't even go there. Peter and I
said these guys have done yeoman work.
Yeoman's work.
See,
right?
Yeoman.
We did the best job that we could possibly do under extenuating circumstances. All right?
Well, challenging.
Well, nothing is better than the three of us together.
That's
any
right.
two, any one, nothing better than the three.
Nothing.
And I'm glad I've gotten through the nervous breakdown. I really am. and you know what, Peter? The amazing thing was to get through a nervous breakdown while still doing Yankee games, to me, is fascinating.
Yeah, well, that's what made it interesting.
Yes.
That's what I was watching every night thinking, is this going to be the day that he says, see ya, and actually gets up and walks out when he says it?
Right, and I also thought it was fascinating that I worked through a suspension on the radio, but ESPN still let me do the K-Rod cast.
Right.
That's where they drew the line. All right, he can't do radio, but let him do the TV.
So some simple facts that I did not realize until this summer.
Okay.
That you can have a nervous breakdown and yet still call baseball games.
Yeah,
right?
Unbelievable.
That you could be suspended from an organization and yet still work for them and still do all the reads.
Right.
Like, I didn't realize that either. I also didn't realize that if I just mentioned the Mets for 30 seconds from the night before, I'm Mets boy, and the show all of a sudden became Too Much Mets. Found that out.
Yeah. A lot of stuff we learned.
I didn't know. And
we're going to apply all of it to this show because it's bigger and better than ever. We've heard your complaints about nervous breakdowns. We've heard about long vacations. We're here.
And boy, chock full. I mean, you got two baseball teams in very weird but interesting places. We got football. The Jets might have a quarterback. We don't know. There's so much going on.
Oh, it's unbelievable. This is the first, NFL returns on Thursday.
That's right.
And we'll have our picks on Friday. It's back, baby. It's on.
And I'm back with the Daily News trying to repeat champion if I could, because I won last year. So that's all. It's weird. Like when football starts, I guess you feel this with baseball and I do with hockey, but we could all feel it with football. Like everything changes. Like there's all new. We got to make our picks. We've got to. We have to, at some point, hopefully this show or tomorrow, figure out what the bet's going to be. And then just everything just changes.
Everything. Well, life changes as you know it.
Oh,
so let's get started.
Yes.
Let's get started. We're going to start with the Yankees, all right? So the Yankees have won 2 in a row. They won 2-1 on Sunday, and they won 5-2 yesterday. Now, I don't know if you count yesterday because it's against the Twins. If they played 162 games against the Twins, and this isn't a hyperbole, they would be a 120-win team.
It's amazing.
And then the fascinating thing about that, the Twins are not just somebody's, pushover. They made the playoffs during this time. So this goes back to 2002, and the Yankees just own this team. So they won yesterday 5-2.
That's 20 years, man. That's a long time.
It's a long time, and they've been good for a lot of those years, and the Yankees still spanked them. And the Twins really need these games because they're battling with the Guardians for the Central. Neither one of them is getting in as a wild card. So they've got to win, and they come in yesterday, they lay an egg. Okay, fine. But you can't say the Yankees are recovered. And here's where we're going to start off. Since I went on my sabbatical, the breakdown, the whole deal, the contract snafu, the Yankees have pretty much frittered away most of their lead. So it went from 15.5 to today it's 5, but just 4 in the loss column. And that's why I tell you, and I said this on the TV on Sunday, that win on Sunday was enormous for them.
Oh, yeah.
If they had lost on Sunday, Peter, they'd be 2 ahead in the loss column and 3 games ahead. I only count the loss column anyway because you can make up wins. You can't make up losses. So to me, even now, they're just 4 games ahead. And everybody's saying, well, they're underperforming. And I sit back and I go, no, they're not that good. And I'm going to tell you why. They're not underperforming. And we'll get into the Aaron Judge-Ohtani debate as well. I don't know if there's a player that's more valuable to his team than Aaron Judge. He's carried this team to 81-54.
How about the stat this weekend, Michael?
He scored all their runs.
Yeah, they scored 3 runs. He scored them all. That wasn't a lot of runs to score, but oh my God!
And the worst part is, guys, they don't any team that pitches to them, they're out of their mind. Who's going to make them pay? Here's why I say they're not underperforming right now. Josh Donaldson's had a terrible year offensively. Nothing close to the guy that they thought they were getting. He's been great defensively, terrible offensively. Gleyber Torres, ever since his name was involved in trade talks, has had the lowest OPS in the American League of any player. He's been non-existent. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is a singles hitter who happened to have a home run yesterday. He is a singles hitter. You look at the bottom of the Yankee order, it's anemic, to be kind. Ever since the toe started bothering him, DJ LeMahieu has stopped hitting. I don't blame him. He's having a great year. I think he's trying to play through pain because the team needs him. He's gone 20 straight games without an extra base hit. 20 straight games. Benintendi, they're hoping to get him back. He had surgeries today to repair the hamate bone. Now, what's the likelihood of him getting back even with a week left in the season? So what the Yankees do the remainder of this regular season will not involve Andrew Benintendi. That was a big loss for them, a very big loss. And then we come to Stanton. Since coming off the IL, I think he's 4 for 39 without an extra base hit. And he's getting beaten by fastballs, even if the fastball is 92 or 94. So I'm telling you all the things that's bad about them right now. So don't expect that much more. The one guy you can depend on each and every day is Aaron Judge. He has been absolutely magnificent. I hope that everybody out there is sitting back and enjoying what he's doing, because I don't think you get to see many of these seasons in your lifetime. It's been that good. But here's where I'm going to surprise you. Maybe I'll surprise Don and Peter. I don't think they're going to lose the East. And I don't think they're going to play much better than they've been playing. But Tampa Bay comes in for 3 over the weekend. And in my opinion, either Tampa Bay takes all 3 or they're out of it. Then Tampa Bay has to play Toronto 9 times. And then Tampa Bay has to play Houston 6 times. And then they have to play the Guardians 3 times. They have one of the toughest schedules in baseball. Yankees are middle of the road. They're middle of the road. So I don't see the Yankees blowing this lead, guys. I just don't. And I don't think I think it's going to be difficult the way their lineup is constructed now. As Stanton is down for a while after having to leave the game yesterday, I don't think it's going to be easy for them to play 500 the rest of the way, and I still don't think Tampa Bay will catch them.
So how is it any different than the previous 18 and 19 seasons when they won 100 games and got bounced early? It's all about what they do in the playoffs, Michael. So
I don't think the way this team is done, I don't think they could win the World Series.
So here we are back to where we started again. Where great team in the regular season, or at least the stats will show, where they win 103 games in 18, 100 games in 19, 203 games total, and what do they win, 1 series? And then the last couple of years settling for wild cards, so it's not that bad. But at the end of the day, Michael, if they limp into the playoffs and go out early, somebody has to be held accountable for that. And I don't think it should be the manager. And I'm not saying that because we have him on every Thursday, but what is he supposed to do? Because I'm hearing a phrase, Michael, again, that I heard all of the end of last year. Poorly constructed roster. Well, whose fault is that? Look at, Brian Cashman addressed shortstop. He addressed third. He addressed catcher. Has that made this team better? All right, the catching defensively is better. They're probably better defensively at shortstop. But are they hitting? You got a 220 hitter at third. You've got a Punch and Judy with like 2 or 3 home runs at shortstop and Kiner Falefa. You don't get anything offensively out of your catchers.
Well, I mean, Trevino, they've got stuff out of. Trevino is their best move.
Okay, but if it results in really no change from last year, now it hasn't happened yet. This team still could go on a run, Michael, but I'm just projecting out because we've seen this since the beginning of July. Michael, all of July. Think about this. This is a team that went from they were going to have an historic season. They were going to win 120 games, where it was a garbage summer. You played 500 in July, way under 500 in August, average so far to start September. Michael, how many teams win their division and have what could best be described as a nothing summer? Nothing. It was all other than Judge hitting a bunch of home runs. What have they done this summer?
Nothing. You're right.
So isn't that enough of a sample? How many games? They played basically as many games where they've been below average as they were when they were historic at the beginning of the season.
That's why you have to sit back and go, what's the real team? I mean, Aaron Hicks has essentially been benched. Yesterday, they're playing Tim LeCastro in left field. They have an infielder who's doing a great job playing in the outfield in Oswaldo Cabrera. Oswaldo Cabrera the other day batted third. He's 0 for his last 19. To expect a rookie to do that. And here's another thing that I think the Yankees have gotten wrong. You bring up Oswald Peraza, right?
Yeah.
And you'll play him every day? Well, then you're ruining his progression. He should be down at AAA playing every day. He should not be a guy who plays every couple of days. What are you doing with him? Why is he up here? Doesn't make sense. I think the Yankees feel beholden to Kiner Falefa. Okay, if they do, then send Peraza back down. Peraza should not be a guy who plays every couple of days. And then when you play him at second base. Why? He's a shortstop. Now, he might be a second baseman down the line, especially if Volpe ends up projecting as the starting shortstop. I get it. But right now, you're going to bring up a rookie who needs seasoning and not play him? Now, in terms of the Minnesota Twin deal, I got to tell you, I raised my eyebrows when they made the deal, and I don't think that deal is going to be looked at favorably at all. At all. And I'm going to tell you why. Kiner Falefa is a stopgap shortstop. He's not the shortstop of the future. Now, although the Yankees look at metrics that say he's a above-average shortstop, I'm watching him, and I look at other metrics that say, he's not. But I would say that he's probably average. So you needed him that badly that you took on $50 million in contract for Josh Donaldson? Now, if Josh Donaldson hit the way he did with Oakland and with Cleveland and with Toronto, okay, it'd be worth it. $25 million, not bad each year. But what he's given them this year, he's given them great defense. And the Yankees are one of the best defensive teams in baseball, which is one of the things that they wanted to accomplish. But think about it. You could have signed Andrelton Simmons. You could have kept Gio Urshela to be a utility guy. And even if Gio Urshela played third base, he's not nearly the third baseman as Donaldson. Would your record be that much different? Because Urshela has much better numbers right now offensively than Josh. And you took on $50 million, a team that is cognizant of every penny that they spend. And then by taking on that money, you allowed the Twins to sign Carlos Correa. And then you can say, well, Ben Rortvedt. Ben Rortvedt could be a hologram for all we know. We've never seen him.
I know, it's true.
Who is Ben Rortvedt? And you know what? If Ben Rortvedt wasn't hurt, you never would have gotten Jose Trevino, who's been one of your best players. So that's a deal, unless, Josh goes off on a great September and carries them through, that's not going to be looked on favorably. $25 million you sank into that. And if you really wanted to get rid of Gary Sanchez and there was no takers, just release him. And then you would have only been responsible for a quarter of his contract. Release him. It would have been a $1.5 million release. So these are things that are concerning right now. So everybody wants to blame the manager. I mean, they were chanting, fire Boone a couple of weeks ago. For what? He can only manage the players that he has. The thing that I would say, the organization that consistently rests players and rests players and rests players that they don't get hurt, they all get hurt. And whenever I bring that up to anybody, they go, well, they might have been hurt more. How? How could you hurt more than they've been hurt?
Honestly.
Because I know across town, you see it, Don. Lindor plays every day. Alonso plays every single day.
Well,
Lindor's 30 years old, shortstop. He could play every day.
You can make the case, though, Michael, it's the other way, where the Mets maybe are wrong playing these guys too much because you're seeing a lack of production now out of the Mets and Lindor and Alonso. So, you're seeing the two wrongs, where the Yankees are so cautious, the Mets might be playing them too much. But at the end of the day, at least they're playing. They're healthy. Lindor and Alonso haven't gotten hurt because they played every day. They might be a little tired, but I think I'd rather them play every day than sit there and rest them and then still see these guys get hurt.
They rest them, and I understand that they're trying to do the best they can. Their sports science tells them to rest them. Stanton still got hurt out of nowhere. All the pitchers get hurt. King got hurt.
I know. It really is gobbledygook, the whole thing. I'm sorry. I don't know what the numbers would exactly meet out, but it's certainly hard to pass the eye test of they're healthier because they take time off. Michael, do you have any concern? You said you're not concerned about the Rays. You don't think they can catch the Yankees. The Blue Jays are 10-4 in their last 14, and they're only a half game back on the Rays.
Right. No, the Blue Jays are concerned, but I still think the Yankees will outlast them. And the funny part is, if you look at the Yankees and the Mets right now, we were talking a little bit before the show about this. If the Yankees end up holding on in the East, which I think they will, their first round, they'll get a bye because they will have a better record than the Central Division winner. So it will be the second. Let's see, it will be the wild card team with the best record, right, against the winner of the Central. So it's going to be either the Guardians or the Twins. That's who the Yankees would play. Think about that. The winner of the team that faces the Guardians or the Twins. Imagine if the Yankees see the Twins again, they'd celebrate. Now the Mets, the Mets are not collapsing. I don't want to hear anybody say the Mets are collapsing. The Braves are playing otherworldly.
Yeah.
The Mets have played very well. They probably project to win 101 games. You have a team that never loses behind you. So if the Mets drop out of it and end up being a wild card, Don, that could really hurt them.
Yeah, because you're talking about a best-of-3 series in which I believe all the games would be at Citi Field because they would still be the one wild card.
Right.
But you'd have to play every day. You might, depending on how things work out at the end of the season, you're hoping to have DeGrom and Scherzer for those games to be able to get out of the wild card. But if you do get that as a plus, it becomes a negative if you win the series because now you go on and likely take on the Braves. Home field disadvantage, not having Scherzer or DeGrom for the first 2 games of a best-of-5 series. And what's Diaz's availability if he's got to pitch maybe in all 3 of the potential wild card games? You might limp into Atlanta and be down 2-0 in the blink of an eye. And when you talk about Scherzer and DeGrom, especially Scherzer, Michael, they don't hit when Scherzer. He's got 3 times he's been trying to get to 200. And even though he didn't pitch well his last outing and had to leave early, they don't hit when he's on the mound. So even if you have Scherzer in Game 1 against the Braves, who's to say it's not 1-0? You lose the game. They've got to win this division. They have to.
My biggest concern, though, Don, Scherzer left because the left side felt a little weak. That's where he had the oblique pull. If that's a problem, that's going to be a huge problem.
He swore up and down it's not the same thing, that it's just a tweak. It looks like he's going to get a break here because of the rain out yesterday, of maybe getting an extra day. We'll see. But you're right. It's concerning, if you don't have him at full strength. And also, love the guy. Diaz has not been lights out over the last few as he was like earlier in the summer. So, and you might have to use him in the postseason too. And the Mets, I was there on Sunday, Michael. They're not hitting. They've lost their last 2 games to the worst team in baseball. Scored 2 runs in 2 games. So even if Scherzer didn't get hurt, Michael, even if Carrasco pitched his fanny off, what would it have mattered? They got 2 runs in the last 2 days at home against one of the worst teams in baseball.
All right, it's game time, brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, and everybody's asking me, is there going to be a Yankee game today? And I can tell you what I know. When I was walking in here at about 2 o'clock, the Twins bus pulled up. So the Twins are here. And I just talked to somebody in the know who said that the radar they're looking at is better than the forecast right now. So it looks like they will try to play this game, because if they don't play this game, then you got a doubleheader tomorrow, and the weather's not great tomorrow either, and the Twins aren't coming back to Yankee Stadium during the regular season. So that's where we are right now in terms of the game tonight. I'm not saying it's going to be played, but it's not a sure rain out at this point.
That was just a miracle when I was looking at the forecast and the way it was this morning, taking the kids to school. I'm like, just call the game already. But it does seem like it's brightening up where I am.
Well, that's because you're there.
I'll tell you, dropping the kids off at school, Mike,
emotional?
It's rough.
Did you cry?
No.
Okay, it wasn't that tough, was it?
Well, no, because, Peter, you'll understand because you're a human being. You got to be there for others. If I break down, then Nancy breaks down, and then we have a breakdown.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how it's going to affect Nancy. If you are really broken, you're going to cry. If not, you won't.
Well, I wasn't really broken, but I don't think emotion has to be completely defined by did you cry, and if not, then shut up.
That's the most sophisticated. That's the most sophisticated way to look at emotions, Don.
Thank you, Peter.
It's straightforward. You cry, you care. You don't, you don't care.
Oh, so I dropped my kids off at school and didn't care. Okay.
Yeah, pretty
much.
Listen,
I needed to confirm it. So I'm going to go up.
For the record, if you would, this was the last year of nursery school.
No, they're in JK. They call it junior kindergarten because they didn't get the cutoff for kindergarten, but they were still had a full day.
So so it's a full day, but it's not K. I don't.
That sounds like a good theme for the show.
I don't think you can
Especially
cry
in the summer.
at the. Don couldn't have cried at the pre-K drop-off. He can't do it.
Okay, JK though. At the end of the year, they're going to be just kidding. This didn't mean anything.
They're still gone, Peter.
I know, but it's like what I'm saying is I'm not saying it's not a sad feeling. Like, oh man, they're leaving. They're going to be gone for all day, every day. But in terms of being a pillar of strength. If you cry prior to their first day at kindergarten, you got problems.
No, I think I had the proper amount of emotion for today.
Yeah, it makes sense.
After you dropped them off, did you go to Dunkin'?
We went to IHOP.
All right, so you weren't that really moved.
No,
you ready to throw pancakes down your gullet. You weren't really choked up.
Listen, I don't know where people sometimes eat through their emotions.
Well, you obviously did.
No, we were kind of celebrating first day, so let's go and
no, you're celebrating the fact that the house was empty now, and you two are going to just work it.
Celebration is a milestone, Peter. Right? I got to tell you, I missed you. Didn't miss this.
I'll tell you what, Peter. They went to IHOP because they wanted some of that syrup, and that's all I'll leave it at.
Well,
yeah.
If you're not,
they took the syrup home.
I didn't take the syrup home, but if you're not doing the pecan syrup, then what are you doing?
Dear God.
Well, that's Game Time, brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. During the big games this season, enjoy a Tullamore Dew, the original triple blended, triple distilled, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. Remember, when it's game time, it's Tully time. Please enjoy responsibly. We have so much to do today, but we want to talk to you. All three of us have not had the opportunity to really talk with you. That's what we want to do. We're going to open up. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you. We'll tell you about the contract snafu. We'll tell you about the suspension.
That should be a segment. You have to ask a question. We have to answer honestly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what today's about.
That's what our show's about. It's not some circus. It's about real feelings.
That's right.
Three men telling you what they feel.
Yes.
That's right. And their
Get
soul.
me help. And then washing it down with IHOP.
Which, by the way, Don, Michael probably doesn't even have syrup.
No, I don't like it's fattening. I like syrup, but I don't put it on.
Okay. I mean, it's fattening, obviously. But if you're already eating pancakes.
You're right. So why make it worse? It's like the person who has, 3 slices of pizza, and they have Coke Zero. Why have Coke Zero?
No, that's not the same thing.
I totally disagree with this.
The point, Michael, is if you're not going to have syrup, don't have pancakes.
Correct.
Okay, then I don't eat pancakes much.
Dry pancakes, it's utterly pointless.
No, I put butter on them.
I mean, pointless at Jace. You need the butter and the syrup. Let's be human beings.
Okay,
here.
Jack LaLanne. 1-800-919-3776 is the number. We are back. We are better than ever. Sure. We're excited to talk with you, and that's coming up next right here on 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael Kay Show is brought to you in part by Burke Rehabilitation. Get back in action with Burke.
With Home Chef, you're not just home cooking, you're home winning. Our fast and fresh meal kits are as fast to make as they are fresh to enjoy. When it comes to making dinner, fill in the blanks with Home Chef. Delicious, meat simple.
Get 16 free meals when you sign up at homechef.com.
Just when you thought you were done painting, you discover paint bleed under your tape. Not with Frog Tape. Frog Tape is the only painter's tape treated with Paint Block technology. Paint Block reacts with the water in latex paint to form a micro barrier against paint bleed, giving you the sharpest lines possible. Get professional results with Frog Tape. No messy lines, no paint bleed. For sharp lines, every time, Frog it.
Messina is the only 250-game winner that has never won 20 games. One strike away. Broken back ground ball to Ransom. And Mike Messina wins his 20th game at the age of 39. Messina becomes the oldest player in baseball history to win 20 games for the first time.
You hear the sound of thunder.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
You hear it coming closer and closer and closer. You hear the sound
Dear humans, this is an adoption campaign, but it's not for me or Mr. Buttons or Frank over there. It's for you, humans. This is a call to humans to adopt our movement, to adopt our cause.
This isn't just about saving one of us.
It's about saving all of us.
Thousands of lives, every single day.
It's about support for every one of us four, and sometimes not four-legged best friends, waiting to meet a best friend of our own. With Best Friends Animal Society leading the charge.
Shelter by shelter. City by city.
We can save thousands of pets each day. Join us. Together we can save them all.
I think he'll be safe in there.
Help keep what's important to you safe with Chevy Safety Assist, standard on these Chevy SUVs. Find new safe places, find new roads.
Qualified lessees with a current eligible lease can get this Equinox for around $269 a month. See your local Chevy dealer.
Here's a good Halloween trick. Buy a bunch of Reese's. There you go. Turn off all the lights in your house. Yeah. And then you just don't answer the door. Not sorry, Reese's.
Let's dive in.
What about your back?
It's fine.
Advil Dual Action fights pain two ways. Advil targets pain at the source. Acetaminophen blocks pain signals. Advil Dual Action.
Hey, big man.
Hey,
Dave told me you got some kind of great system for betting that really works.
It's true.
What is it? Is it like home dogs? No. It's bird mascots.
No, I just use FanDuel's responsible gaming tools like time and spending limits to manage my play.
That's the system.
Hasn't failed me yet.
Cool. You know what, man? I'm just going to keep this between you and me.
It's not a secret, Bob.
Every bettor has a system. Make FanDuel's responsible gaming tools a key part of yours. It's more fun that way.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn. And here's a horse and jump. Maverick is moving up the outside. And they're in on the track. It's Maverick coming down to the 8th hole. Liberty Bell makes it to the outside. Just for one run. They come down to the line again. They're neck and neck. Shoots over the goal. He's the rider.
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
The stadium has come alive.
That's right. This was a fun game to watch.
Up for grabs. And he knew it. The crowd knew it.
The Yankee fans will remember for a long time.
Towing the slab and the boogie down.
You saw him do the gritty. I love it. There's his walk-off home run. What a blast by Judge.
Oh, this is pretty sweet right here.
The Yes app is your home for streaming the Yankees on Yes.
And that ball is gone.
Don't miss an inning of the action anywhere you go.
He makes the play.
Yankees baseball, streaming on the Yes app. Presented by Miller Lite.
With your DraftKings Sportsbook update powered by VSiN, I'm Ben Wilson. 3 different defensive players sit at plus 750 or shorter in the race to win NFL Defensive Player of the Year. It's Myles Garrett and TJ Watt, each atop the odds board at 7-1. Garrett, who's coming off career highs in sacks with 16 and tackles with 49 a season ago. Meanwhile, TJ Watt won this award last year. He tied the NFL record with 22.5 sacks that Michael Strahan had set back in 2001. Can't forget about Aaron Donald, plus 750, third on the odds board, who has won this award 3 different times, last in 2020. Had a career-high 76 tackles, 30 of which were solo a season ago. Meanwhile, last year's Defensive Rookie of the Year, Micah Parsons, 10-1, with Nick Bosa right behind him on the odds board at 15-1.
DraftKings Sportsbook is an official sports betting partner of the NFL, and leading up to Week 1, new customers can bet $5 and win $200 in free bets instantly. Download the app and use code YES when you sign up.
Welcome back to the show. Football fans, I want you to listen to this. Sign up for Cover 5. It's a free-to-play pick'em game for season-long fun, and compete against your friends, your rivals, and your favorite 98.7 ESPN host. Pick 5 games each week, and the best score against the spread throughout the regular season. 98.7 ESPN League with code NY22 on the Cover 5 app and cover5.com. It's as easy as 1, 2, free.
That's
Visit
right.
ESPNNewYork.com for full contest rules. How about that?
I like it.
1, 2, free.
You see what they did, right?
Oh, yeah. I heard what they did. I didn't see the
Oh, yeah.
copy.
Well, I was reading it, so I see. All right, so it's time for the Yankee injury report. And this is interesting from our colleague Marley Rivera. Ronald Guzman, who's the Yankees' first base insurance at AAA, is up in the Bronx. He's in the locker room right now. Anthony Rizzo was expected to start doing baseball activities this week after his epidural. In fact, he was supposed to do it yesterday when he first got the epidural, and he had terrible headaches because of the epidural, which sometimes happens. So they told him just stay in bed, but they were expecting to ramp him up today or tomorrow. But they might just put him on the IL because you can't expect Boone to manage a game completely shorthanded. Yesterday, they had to play Marwin Gonzalez at first base. He made an error, but he did hit a home run. We're still waiting on word on Giancarlo Stanton. Fouled a couple of balls off his foot, then had to leave after a 6th inning at bat. And they took some x-rays. They say those were negative. But we shall see how he feels today. That's the Yankees injury report, brought to you by Total Orthopedic Spine and Sports Medicine. Total Ortho Express is Long Island's premier orthopedic immediate care where no appointment is needed. After all, time doesn't heal wounds. They do. Also, I was angry at Aaron Boone, everybody, and he's the one
no.
he's the one who brought it up on the air, guys. You know that, right?
Yeah, we're here.
He brought it up on the air with you guys during the Aaron Boone report every Thursday at 4. And he said, Michael and I had a tiff. And then I said to him later, and I said, well, why would you bring that up? Well, he said, well, I don't lie. I said, they didn't ask you, are you in a tiff with Michael Kay? You volunteered it. He said, but everything's an open book. I said, okay, then I'll really open the book when I come back.
Oh, I like this.
Oh, here we go. Turn up the heat.
So I go to every one of his press conferences during the vacation that I was on, because it usually takes place about 4 o'clock when he's not doing our show. And I want to sit there and hear him, and I ask him questions. So I asked him a question about being angry. And he shot me this look and said, well, if you came here more often, you know the answer to that. And I got chapped.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
And
he
answers the question. No, he was serious. So I never get into a fight with these people on their home turf. It's ridiculous. You'll lose. So went up to the booth, texted him. I said, you got to be kidding me. I said, I'm at every single one of those. Every single one, except when the yes isn't doing the game. I said, how could you say if I was there more? I said, we've got to ask you every day if you're getting more angry. The team continues to play poorly. Maybe I was wrong, blah, 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 blah. I said, well, you're apologizing to me now on text, but you're not doing it in front of the 50 people you embarrassed me in front of. And he didn't like that either. So for the rest of the time, so that was like 3 weeks ago, I've yet to ask a question. And every day he comes in and goes, Michael, questions? I said, nope. But then I'll ask him later when we're private. But we're fine. But that was the little tiff we had.
I appreciate you revealing this. I like it. You're very consistent. You do not take the first apology. You don't accept it.
No, I don't accept it when the apology's private and the diss is public.
Yeah, I hear that.
But I don't think he's going to take time in his press conference to apologize to you the next day.
How much time? Listen, I snapped at Michael yesterday and I was wrong. Boom, it's over.
Okay. That's a lot to ask. In my opinion.
I remember I asked Don Mattingly once. Same thing happened, and Mattingly apologized to me because his wife told him to. And I said, great, you embarrassed me in front of a lot of people. And I said, but you're actually apologizing to me personally. He goes, don't push it. And he walked away.
Wow. See? That's
and
Donnie
that was
baseball.
Donnie Baseball.
Yeah, that's Donnie Baseball. You can't even retort after that. That was a drop the mic moment for him.
No, it's D baseball.
But he had to be kidding.
No, he wasn't. I'll get Yes to dig up the tape. But he wasn't kidding.
You know what I'm saying, Peter? We have him on. I can't imagine he would be serious. He knows the situation with you. So he wouldn't.
No, but he said. But this was like 7 weeks into my time off, so I was there every day. Don.
Right. All the more reason where he was probably just having some fun with you.
No, you got. No, I know when people are having fun. He was chapped. They were losing. He was chapped. They took it out on me. None of this would have been made public unless he brought it up on Thursday.
But there's also kind of a way. Listen, I'm digging here a little bit. I understand. But because of the relationship, if you got used in a moment, it's almost flattering in a way. Like he wouldn't do that to anybody else, but it's you. I mean, I went through it with Tortorella. I mean, we always got along, but there were times if I asked a question, I could tell he was using me to turn the press conference, and I get it. Who am I? I'm not going to complain, and I'm not going to take it personal.
To be used. But don't use me. I'm 61 years old.
Right, but it's not. But it's not something I think should be taken seriously.
Well, he was serious when he said it.
Yeah, but it's part of the give and take, I think, sometimes of that. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to go, ooh, I can't believe Michael got,
Everybody did. When that thing was over, I had people come, why'd he jump on you like that? What's going on with you two?
Yeah, because they understand you have a relationship.
Well, they've just postponed the game, doubleheader tomorrow.
He saw that coming.
Oh, come on.
Saw it coming. That's a tease in the business, a different type of tease.
Wow.
But how annoying. Take us through what it feels like right now.
I'm going to tell you. I'm glad. You want to know?
Yeah.
I'm sitting at home going, what do I do here? Do I go to the ballpark and start the show there? Or do I assume it's going to be rained out and start the show
at
home?
You can't do it.
So I was being told by different people they're going to make an announcement between 1 and 1:30. 1:30 is about as much as I could push it. It takes about an hour to get to the ballpark. So I pushed it to 1:35, and then somebody told me they're not going to decide until 3. Well, it's 3:39. They just decided. So now I don't care about me. I really don't.
No.
I'm a people person. Now, all the people here at Yes, they have to remain here until 7 o'clock till I'm done with the show. That's what happened here. I enjoy driving, so it doesn't bother me at all. But now you've got to keep people here all night for no reason. Now, it's good for the fans. It's called well before they were going to get to the ballpark. This is the time you have to do it.
That's true. That's true. Could be worse.
Yeah, I don't think they can really worry too much about you. And yes,
no,
they did what's
I'm not
right for
saying
the
they
fans.
should.
I think they should.
It was listen, you couldn't gamble that. You'd be sweating, Michael, especially when it started to brighten up. No rain. You couldn't do a show that way.
Well, Eric Bolin is the one who's reporting that from Newsday, and Eric is usually spot on with everything. I haven't seen it anywhere else, but he said game post. Now the Yankees tweeted it. Okay, so now it's official.
Okay, there you go.
It's official. Guys, we've gone official.
Right.
At least the guys at Yes get to spend a little time with you, and we get. And we,
sure
because what are they sitting on my lap during the show?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know how it works there, but
you do. You know they're not in the room with him. He's sitting by himself. These poor guys are downstairs
for no
in the
reason.
Trailer,
But
eating peanut M&Ms and waiting till 7 o'clock.
We're waiting for everybody to leave. For me to leave. For one big oaf to leave.
Now, getting back to the original point with Boone, all right? Okay. Now, if you remember, there's a famous in Indianapolis where Phil Simms was having it out with Parcells on a nationally televised game. Parcells humiliated Phil Simms, told him to go sit the blank down, yelled at him, knowing that was going to motivate the team. If I could talk to my captain, my quarterback that way, then I could talk to anybody that way.
Right.
Did Bill Parcells have a public apology to Phil Simms after? No, just that's the relationship. That's the give and take. That's the yin and yang. You're in a position with the manager of the New York Yankees where that could happen. Where he was snotty with you, knowing he can get away with it to kind of tame everybody else in the media. You should be complimented. You're like Phil Simms. That's what you are.
No. Phil Simms was a member of the team. I'm not.
But you
if he wants to snap at Aaron Judge, that's his prerogative.
No, but it's not.
I don't work for him.
But the analogy is no. But I'm saying is that because of the relationship you have with him, he knew that he could use you in order to tame the rest of the media. Well, if he's going to talk to Michael like that, then I'm sure he's going to talk to me that way, and they're friends.
Peter, am I wrong? I don't want to be used.
No, you're not used.
Don't talk to me that way.
Not used
I'm with
in that
Michael
sense.
on this.
All right.
Well, we'll hash it out with him on Thursday.
No, listen, I you know how I feel. We played audio a few weeks ago that made me completely melt down about college football coaches and the attitude they have with reporters. I don't believe the media is not there to do anything except get answers to questions from the person. They're not. Michael's not there to be a pawn.
Yeah. All right. Here is the official news. Yankee-Twins game postponed due to the forecast of sustained inclement weather and will be made up tomorrow, Wednesday, September 7th, as the first game of a single-admission doubleheader beginning at 3:05.
So it was nice to have you back, Michael. Enjoy today.
Only tickets dated September 7th will be valid for the doubleheader. See everybody. Have a good night. That does stink.
Let someone else do the first game. Call Rucco.
He's not doing anything, right? Well,
Rucco's doing WNBA championship.
Apparently, he had a classic game 3 between Chicago and Connecticut.
Was it good?
I mean, I didn't see it. I'm just going by his tweets that it was like a classic, like a great finish,
overtime.
Dialed into
everything.
Yeah, Ryan does tend to kind of lean toward the hyperbolic.
Well, all right. Well, he got me.
Well, let me tell you, I was. At some point today, I got to tell you guys about the experience of being at Serena Williams' last U.S. Open match.
Maybe.
That was an experience.
Maybe that'll make the 4 hours. We're not sure.
I got to tell you, though, I got a real Undertaker vibe from that whole thing. I'm not completely sold, Michael.
She's playing again.
She's
you're so
done.
right, Don. You couldn't be more right.
I got that, too.
She is definitely playing again. Anyway, we're going to take phone calls. We promised no Yankee game tonight. Hopefully, there'll be a Met game. 1-800-919-3776. It's Kay, LaGreca, Rosenberg, and you right here on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael Kay Show on Yes is presented by Untuck It. Shirts designed to be worn untucked. Shop now at untuckit.com.
10 years ago, we started Untuck It out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. But we didn't stop with shirts. We also created so much more, from polos to sweaters to pants. We even have a line just for her. So everyone can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Shop our Labor Day sale today at untuckit.com.
The story of the Kind Mini. We took the full-size bar and cut it in half. So the next time it's 3 o'clock and you want some delicious dark chocolate, grab a dark chocolate nuts and sea salt mini with whole almonds and just 90 calories. It's a kinder way to satisfy.
At DraftKings Casino, we give credit where credit is due, in the form of credit. Sign up with DraftKings Casino and get up to $50 in free credits when you deposit $25. That's like extra credit. Download the DraftKings Casino app or play online today. Deposit $25 and get up to $50 in free credits to use on any game. Now, roll credits.
Drizzly makes it easy to shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor from wherever I am. I just open the app, find what I want, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes.
Drizzly.
Ding dong, Drizzly.
When you become a champion, everyone wants a piece of you. You're a New York champion, so there's a lot more eyeballs on you this season. There's a target on your back, and to try and repeat is in the DNA of this football club now.
It's time to get down to business, baby. Let's go. Habits!
I found hope in the midst of an overwhelming situation.
I let go of trying to control things that I had no control over, and that helped me find peace of mind.
Alcoholism is a disease that can affect any family. Everyone suffers, but there is help and hope at Al-Anon Family Groups.
I was constantly stressed and worried. Now I approach each day with joy and gratitude.
In Al-Anon, families and friends of alcoholics find new ways to heal from the effects of a loved one's drinking.
Al-Anon gave me my life back. I'm a better father and husband.
Are you in an overwhelming situation because of someone else's drinking? Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Local and virtual meetings are available. Maybe one could work for you. For information, call 1-866-200-0033 or visit alanon.org/hope.
Thanks to Montefiore Einstein, cancer won't be my last dance. I'm back on stage and now with City Ballet of San Diego. See my story at montefiore.org/Kiara.
You had me at Allison 10-speed transmission. Premium features available on GMC Sierra Heavy Duty. Step up to GMC with 0% financing on Sierra Heavy Duty models. GMC, we are professional grade.
Baseball's dead? Nah. We've got pitchers hitting grand slams, a team playing a four-man outfield, and the best crop of major league talent maybe ever. Baseball is alive and well, and it's about to get even better. Bet just $5 to get 100 in free bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $5 to get 100 instantly, and get in on the action.
All that you suffer, all the disease, you couldn't hide it from me. I'll be your friend in the daylight again.
not just on pace to get the 61. He's on pace to shatter that home run record, shatter it. See ya. Home run, Aaron Judge.
This dude is absolutely incredible.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
Get trending with Yes's off-field fashion.
Whoa, now that is a fly outfit.
As some of the best designers from the Fashion Institute of Technology.
The speed of that laser was insane.
Get the opportunity of a lifetime to style celebrities from the sports world and beyond.
For them to totally nail their styles.
Very classic.
Feels perfect. It's like hugging you.
Watch Off-Field Fashion, streaming now, exclusively on the S app.
Just another color.
All right, so we've got confirmation, Peter, which is important, and from somebody I respect, about Ryan Ruocco's tweet about how great that game was. Maria Marino, who works for SNY, and I think
she's great.
She's the next big star in TV. And if she's not, then executives are idiots. But anyway, she said that was the game, and Ryan was not exaggerating. It was an absolute classic. So if Maria says it, I buy it.
Well, it was enough for Ryan to say it. For me.
Not enough for Michael.
No, I guess not. He made that clear.
No, I mean, Maria trumps Ryan.
Wow, you've known Ryan for 15 years?
More than that, probably.
More than that.
Because, you know, Ryan's selling the WNBA. I get it. I understand. It's all a game. But Maria doesn't have any dog in the fight.
Well, she does cover the. She
covers
big
UConn.
fan. Yes.
But
So
she's wholesomely honest. That's why she's so good on the air. So she's not going to lie. She has no benefit to hyping the game.
And you think Ryan's a liar?
Not a liar. A hyperbolic person.
A hyperbolic person.
Aren't we all?
Some of us. Not Maria.
Not Maria. Let's go to the phones. We haven't spoken to the people. It's 3. Did you like what I tweeted out today? The Trolley trilogy instead of the Holy Trilogy?
Yeah, I saw it.
You don't like it?
I didn't know what you were getting at.
Troll. We troll people. They troll us.
I don't.
The Trolley Trinity.
I've never
The Trolley Trinity.
I've never trolled anyone.
Okay.
Have you, Peter?
Dondi.
Yeah, sure, a little bit.
I heard very good things about the Berg show.
The
Rothenberg vehicle, yeah.
We had Dave and I had a good time. For some reason, we don't talk often in real life, but when we get together on the radio, it feels like
it's magic.
We talk.
It's magic.
Yeah, there's something there, and he managed to schnurr his way into my wedding.
Quite frankly, titillating.
I wonder if he'll give you a gift right away or make you wait like he did with Radio Randy. Let's go to the phones. Mike in Trenton. Start it off, Mike.
Hey, what's up, guys?
All good.
I want to talk about... Cool. I want to talk about... You talked about how is this the real Yankees team or not from the first half and pretty much the whole summer. Me, personally, I think this is it because before the season started, like you said, I didn't like the Twins trade. I didn't like Donaldson. IKF is pretty much playing back to his baseball card. He's batting 260 or whatever. And then I have one more thing I'm going to throw in. What's with all these trades every year trading for these pitchers and they just don't work out? I have a list. I have Max Lynn, Sonny Gray, Dylan Cease, Jay Happ, and now, I don't know, Frankie Montas.
No, I mean, but one thing, Mike. You can't give up on Montas yet. He just pitched very, very well in the game they had to have. It was only 5 innings, but he gave up 1 hit.
True.
Montas can pitch. We'll see. I don't think Montas is... If Montas doesn't work here, it's not because he's not going to be able to handle New York like Sonny Gray or like Joey Gallo. Although everybody was celebrating Joey Gallo going to the Dodgers and hitting. And check out Joey Gallo the last 10 games. He's back to Joey Gallo. And boy, did I get grief about that. Did you see that, Don?
Yeah.
I mean, I was asked on our pregame show, what do you think? And I said, well, it was an abject failure. I wasn't knocking Joey Gallo. It didn't work out.
But we had you on after that to defend yourself. I could not believe the pushback you got from people. I did not understand it. And that's when I just came to the conclusion you can't possibly make every Yankee fan happy.
I mean, there were people defending Joey Gallo who could not play here.
Couldn't do it.
You don't think the Yankees wanted to work with Joey Gallo? They desperately wanted it to work with him. Desperately. The Yankee front offices loved Joey Gallo for years. They finally get him, and they give up pretty good prospects for him. And you don't think they wanted it to work? It killed them to trade him. He couldn't hit here. And he's not hitting in L.A. now anymore. Let's go to Mike in New York. He's listening on the radio. What's up, Mikey?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Love the show. I've called before, but I'll make it pretty quick with the Yanks. I personally think, I've been a Yankee fan my whole life, and I know the Yankees they've been a power team for many years. I just think that I think they should get some players that are, I know New York's hard because it's just, it's about winning and stuff, but I think they should get some players, maybe make some more contacts out of. I know for the years you've been all about power. I know it's hard because it's New York, so it's like we want to hit the home run and this and that, but I know it's hard. So.
But one thing, though, Benintendi was a contact hitter. That's why they got him. A lot of people complain about Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. He's a contact hitter. He doesn't swing and miss. The Yankees win when they hit home runs, period. They hit 3 home runs yesterday. They won. Everybody's adverse to the home run. They score 52% of their runs via the home run.
But
that's how most teams do it. The Dodgers do it that way. They're a home run hitting team.
But early in the season, there were numerous examples of where they were able to win games without the home run. That has gone away now. If they don't hit home runs, they lose, period. And that's the scary thing. Like, hit as many home runs you want, but just make sure you can manufacture home runs on occasion. And they're not doing that. They're not stringing hits together. And also, Michael, too, their baseball IQ sometimes is suspect. They don't run the bases well. They've ran themselves out of some innings. Oakland, it was awful. That's the one thing I guess you can get on Boone for is that their base running leaves a lot to be desired. Maybe because I watch them more than a lot of other teams, but tell me if I'm wrong. They run themselves out of innings. They get picked off.
The odd thing is, in the first half, the base running was great.
Yeah.
And you're right. It's gone south. And one other thing we haven't mentioned about the Yankees' drop in the second half of the season, and you can't really say, well, this is a legitimate reason, but I think it is. Matt Carpenter became really important. 15 home runs down the tubes. Now, for them to have their whole second half predicated on Matt Carpenter being available, that's
a problem.
That's somewhat telling about the house of cards that you built, that a guy that you got out of, essentially left the AAA team for the Rangers. He was out of baseball.
He was done.
And it was brilliant that you signed him, but that wasn't in your plan, and neither was Jose Trevino in your plan. So 2 guys that became really, really important. Trevino's still done his part. He's in the All-Star game. It's a great story. He's hitting .260. He's done a great job behind the plate. He leads Major League Baseball in stealing runs by framing. All of that. You got everything that you wanted. The bullpen during this time has had to be reconfigured. They've had to figure out who's going to close. For a while there, they didn't have a closer. Injuries continue. I think the starting rotation has done well. Everybody's going nuts about them trading Jordan Montgomery because Jordan has done such a great job in St. Louis. But I would sign off on going nuts about it if the Yankees were losing because of their starting pitching. They're not. Their starting pitching has been fine. They just don't score. So they're hoping that Harrison Bader will be a great defensive center fielder that will have a little pop. Maybe that changes. I don't know.
He won a Gold Glove, and I would think that he has to be considered part of whether that deal worked out or not. Whether they win or lose, Michael, it looks bad if Montgomery goes out there and helps the Cardinals win a championship, which isn't out of the realm of possibility, by the way. They are in first place in the Central Division, and we don't see Harrison Bader. He doesn't do anything. But he might be a major contributor. What I said to everybody while you were away, Michael, is everybody wanted an exit strategy for Hicks. What do you think Bader could be?
Well, Bader's your starting center fielder next year.
So Judge is not going to not play, right? So if Benintendi,
Judge will play right field.
Certainly the Benintendi injury changes things, but if Benintendi's healthy for the postseason, he's your left fielder. Bader's your center fielder. Judge is in right, and your spare is going to be Stan in the outfield. There's not going to be any place for Hicks. So you wanted Hicks to be a non-factor. Well, they've created an exit strategy for him because if he doesn't hit, he's not going to play.
Yeah, he might be a bench player. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they make up their postseason roster. But A lot to talk about. We're going to talk about Judge and Ohtani as well. Peter caused a little bit of an uproar about that. All of these things and more. We'll talk Mets in Pittsburgh. Have we booked the coach yet, Andrew? Robert Saleh of the New York Jets will join us at 5 o'clock. Maybe he'll tell us first whether or not Zach Wilson's starting.
Well, that would
See if
be
we could beg him.
That would be a nice help for a weekly is to get information.
We love that.
Usually it doesn't work out that way. 1-800-919-3776. Kayla Greco Rosenberg and you on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael Kay Show on Yes is brought to you by FanDuel. Make every moment more.
Hey, big man. Hey. Dave told me you got some kind of great system for betting that really works.
It's true.
What is it? Is it like home dogs? No. It's bird mascots.
No, I just use FanDuel's responsible gaming tools like time and spending limits to manage my play.
That's the system.
Hasn't failed me yet.
Cool. You know what, man? I'm just going to keep this between you and me.
It's not a secret, Bob.
Every bettor has a system. Make FanDuel's responsible gaming tools a key part of yours. It's more fun that way.
You've got something dark that I like, but I can't quite put my thinking on it. Got a good appetite for a bad reputation, but I don't wanna be just another one of your skeletons. 6 feet deep.
Get 3.49% APR for up to 48 months in the purchase of a new 2023 Soul.
Let's get you cleaned up before Mom gets home.
That'll work. Dentistix cleans so you can get closer.
When tough pain hits, hit back with fast and powerful pain relief. Advil provides longer-lasting relief than Tylenol Extra Strength and treats pain caused by inflammation directly at the source. So get tough on pain and Advil the pain away.
These days, it feels like everything is 20% more expensive. But right now at Domino's, you can get 20% off the entire menu when you order online. That means 20% off specialty pizzas, mouth-watering wings, stuffed cheesy bread, and everything else for a limited time only at Domino's.
Riders, let your queries be known.
How come we don't call ourselves bikers anymore? I mean, riders is cool, but bikers, really cool.
Seriously?
Deny. Can we go back to meeting at the rec center? The commute here is brutal.
Deny.
How do we feel about getting a quote to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer? Should Flo stop asking the same question every time?
Approved.
Denied. Whoa.
Every Sunday, watch the Yes Hyundai Sunday Game of the Week. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers and the stylish all-wheel drive Hyundai Tucson. Test drive one today or visit us at buyhyundai.com.
The stadium has come alive.
That's right. This was a fun game to watch.
Up for grabs. And he knew it. The crowd knew it.
The Yankee fans will remember for a long time.
Towing the slab and the boogie down.
You saw him do the gritty.
Yeah.
I love it.
There's his walk-off home run. What a blast by Judge.
Oh, this is pretty sweet right here.
Get trending with off-field fashion as designers from FIT style celebrities from the sports world and beyond. Off-field fashion, exclusively on the Yes app.
You're watching Yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
Defend your family's health and remove the risk. Go to FDA.gov/health playbook.
Oh, yeah, we're just getting started. I mean, this is the beginning of us with football, NBA, NHL, baseball playoffs, World Series, a whole deal. We'll get you through it. We're going to have our pick segment every Friday, and the word is we'll be picking 5 games.
That's what I'm hearing.
5 games, 5 big games. Now, Don, am I 2-time defending champion or just 1 time? I think I'm 2-time, right?
No, Peter had won the year before.
I finished second.
And
Okay.
I finished at the bottom 2 straight years.
What's happening there?
No, we're letting people go. We're going to have a whole new staff of people. We cleaned house.
Oh, so you had people that helped you make your picks?
Yeah, me, myself, and I.
Oh.
Me and I are gone.
No,
All right.
Myself is left.
Right. So myself, Don, and I think we're going to bring Marco in as an expert.
Nice.
Because we don't tolerate losing here.
I like that kind of attitude. I really do. Talking about losing, there are actually a significant amount of people, and some of them very well respected in baseball, that think that Aaron Judge could lose the MVP. And I will tell you right away, that I'm biased because I see him every day. I don't see Ohtani every day. I don't. Which leads us into Diamond Notes. Brought to you by 2 by London, the engagement shop at London Jewelers. Ohtani is unbelievable. I don't know if we'll ever see this again in our lifetime. He's a unicorn. He's a great pitcher, and he's a great hitter. And doing it in the same year, the same person, is phenomenal. But you know that I do pay attention to words. And the name of the award is the most valuable player. And I'm going to tell you the pushback I get when I say this, too. How could you be valuable on a team that stinks? So if you took Ohtani off that team, they'd still stink. Well, if you took Judge off this team, it wouldn't even be a playoff team. Now, I don't know who you'd replace him with, but I don't know how many people that are out there that are .302 hitters with 54 home runs and 117 ribbies. And then the argument I always get, well, if you put Ohtani on the Yankees and Judge on the Angels, well, the Yankees would be really good, and the Angels would still be 4th place. We have no idea. That's all conjecture. All conjecture. Judge is on this Yankee team. And he's on a team right now where he is the only person out of 9 that actually hits. They would have lost their entire lead already if not for him. Ohtani is so fun to watch. And I don't want this to seem as if I'm disparaging what he's doing. There should be a separate award. Because if Ohtani stays healthy and continues to do this every single year, are you meaning to tell me that he's the MVP every single year? And one final thing. If you are going to give an MVP award to a team that's losing, that doesn't make the playoffs. Now, this is a sport where 6 teams in each league make the playoffs. 6 out of 15. And they're not even sniffing it.
Sniff them.
The only way you give an MVP award to a guy on a losing team is if his numbers are so far and away better than a guy who's on a winning team. Ohtani's numbers are not so far and away better. In fact, the religious stat that people in baseball use to evaluate players, Judge beats him in WAR. And that's combining pitching and hitting WAR. Judge beats him in WAR.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you.
How is Judge not the MVP?
See, that's what I was going to ask you. How do you factor the WAR? Because I was just looking at Baseball Reference. His WAR is 8.1. The Judge is 8.4, which is close.
Yep.
But that's for his offense. Because he's got a 4.8 WAR as a pitcher.
No, that's combined pitcher and hitter, the 8.1.
Well, if that's the case, his WAR would be that low just as an offensive player?
Yeah. His combined WAR is less than Judge's WAR.
But more than double?
As a hitter, yes.
Wow. I mean, listen, I know Judge is...
You know why? Everybody says, well, Judge doesn't pitch. Well, Ohtani doesn't play defense.
Well,
so he can't get any WAR number with defense.
Well, first of all, what are they, 17 games under 500? It's not even a conversation to me. Because you just hit the nail on the head, Michael. So we're going to give it to Ohtani every year? Because I guess every year he's going to pitch and he's going to hit. Now, is he the best hitter in baseball? Not even close. Is he the best pitcher in baseball? Not even close. He's very good at both, but he's not going to win the Cy Young. He's not going to win a Silver Slugger, right? So the fact that he's very good at both is amazing. But are you going to give him the MVP every single year because of that? Look at the Yankees. Where would they be without Judge? Michael, you make the case that they may not have won in the few games that they have in the month of August and September without Aaron Judge. And they're trying to hold on to a division. The Angels, all right, so they're 17 games under 500. Without Ohtani, what would they be, 27 games under 500? Who would care? No one cares now. No one would care after. It's got to be Judge. It's not even a conversation.
Now, listen, I acknowledge it's Judge. Judge is the rightful MVP. I take no issue with that at all. He's been brilliant. I will say, I think that argument, an argument I don't like here, is saying, so are you saying that if this is what Ohtani does every year he should be MVP? I don't think that should rule him out. If you believe, in fact, that what he's doing is MVP worthy, that shouldn't be ruled out just because it's what he does every year.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't like that argument, but I do like the argument of actual value to the team, because at this point, this weekend's such a great example. I mean, Michael, without Aaron Judge this weekend, the Yankees could be in a whole different level of trouble.
If he doesn't hit the home run yesterday, if he doesn't score both runs on Sunday, they might be one game ahead.
Exactly. So that's pretty tough to argue with.
Yeah.
He's been incredible.
And also what he's doing, I'm telling you, I don't understand how any team is pitching to him. Well, walk him. Well, just that's what Phil Nevin did. Why would you pitch to him? Nobody's going to hurt you behind him.
I mean, but that's kind of happening now. Right? I mean, you look at the times, like the home run that he hit, the other, it's what was it, 1-0? I'm trying to think. No, it was scoreless when he hit the home run on Sunday. You got to pitch to him, right? I mean, you can't.
I wouldn't pitch to him. I can't even understand why he's only been intentionally walked 11 times.
Well,
even if it's scoreless, walk him.
It's a fair point as long as Stan isn't hitting.
Right.
Now, if Stan starts to hit, you can't do it because, Stan could burn you with a 2-run home run, and then what are you doing? But I do think you could pitch him differently, because, hey, if I walk him, all right, so what? Now, there's times where I guess the one home run he hit was 2-0. He made it 2-1. Those are the times you're going to pitch to him because he's not going to kill you.
Right.
But
and the only reason you pitched to him yesterday, Don, is because Gleyber Torres got a hit in front of him, so you couldn't really pitch around him. And hit the 2-run home run and made it 4-2.
It's in every way, shape, or form. I know it's not sexy the way what Ohtani's doing is just amazing. I mean, you got to go back to Ruth. That's over 100 years ago. All right, so it is amazing. But to argue your point, Peter, about it's unfair to say give it to him every year. I think it's very fair because Judge doesn't pitch, and most people don't. So the fact that he's a good pitcher and he's a good hitter, so he's going to put up similar numbers every year. So are you going to give it to him every year because of that? And ignore the fact the guy might actually break the American League record for home runs, a guy that has carried this team for the last month and a half.
And do you realize he's leading the American League? And the number 2 batter for home runs is Ohtani with 32. By 22 home runs. It's unbelievable. And then the closest to him is Schwarber. Last time I looked at 35. He's blowing away the field.
Now, and now, if the Angels had been in first place, Peter, and you factored in that they played without Trout, well, then you can make more of a case from the valuable standpoint. Listen, what Ohtani's doing is sexy. I wish there was an award that you can give him every year for what he's trying to accomplish there.
Should be the most outstanding player.
But I don't even know if you can even give him that.
He is. He's amazing.
But based on what Judge is doing, it's not close.
Yeah, but what he's not doing is I think you undersell Ohtani as a pitcher. He's a great pitcher. He's not the best, but he's a great pitcher.
I mean, his ERA is under 3.
No, but he's really good at both. But my argument is, are you going to have him in the running every single year because he happens to do both?
Yes,
all right,
absolutely.
But
nobody does it.
Why are we acting as if other players aren't physically capable of doing both? He doesn't have an extra limb. He is doing what he's doing. He trained himself to be here.
Right.
He is capable of pitching and hitting.
Absolutely. And it is an incredible feat. But at the same time, does he have an arm like Judge in the outfield? Like Michael said, he's not a...
Well, that's a fair argument.
So everything kind of comes where, like, Judge is an A-plus fielder. He's got a gun for an arm. Now, he's a right fielder. Ohtani's a pitcher. So, but still, Ohtani is not the defender that Judge is. So when you factor everything in, plus the Yankees being in first place and what he's meant to the Yankees, as opposed to Ohtani, who's on a team that's 17 games under 500, and even the stat that almost guarantees the award, WAR, still goes to Judge. On top of everything that's going on.
Yeah, so, that would be my last card I'd play. This is a sport that is driven by wins above replacement, how they judge players. And Judge wins that. Now, hey, Judge could have a terrible last 3 weeks, and Ohtani could continue to roll, and the war could go. And then you got an argument. But I would still go back. They're close enough that I'm going to give it to the team that makes the playoffs, not the one that doesn't.
And that's what ended up happening in 41 between DiMaggio and Ted Williams. Right? How do you give it to Ted Williams, who batted .406? Well, because the Red Sox finished 20 games behind the Yankees that year, or whatever the number was. Like, of course you're going to give it to DiMaggio because his 56-game hitting streak, and he was on a team that won the league. Like, I know Andre Dawson won it for a last-place team. There are going to be certain years where maybe you give it to a team that doesn't win. But considering how historic his year is, guys, and the fact that the Yankees are going to win their division and be the second-best team in the league, I don't even think it's a conversation. Now, did Peter deserve to be attacked by Michael on Twitter last week? No. Absolutely not.
I didn't attack him. I was just joking around. I wasn't attacking.
Well, Peter took it very hard, Michael. I was listening.
Really?
Just as a neutral guy in my car driving like any other yo-yo. I said, my God, my boy's taking this hard.
Oh, I'm sorry, Peter. I was just joking.
It's
I was trying to drive people to the radio show.
The truth is,
they wanted to move on. Peter wouldn't let them.
We know the feeling.
Yeah, you know, moving on's not my thing. Guys.
No.
The truth is,
well, some things.
The truth is, the truth is that it wasn't really Michael that bothered me.
It was everybody.
It was Andrew. No, it was Andrew Marchand.
Andrew jumped you?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Your line, I believe, was, my friend Peter is either like woefully ignorant or a troll, or something like that.
Right.
Which, by the way, I will say this, it didn't make any sense because you were the one who just argued it's a compelling thing. So you had to be joking. Right.
I was joking.
Marchand responds to you.
Both.
Maybe both. And I thought that was...
Well, now, since you brought up Andrew...
Bit strong.
Who's always been very good to the show. So
not necessarily to the the whole of the show, but to the show, yes.
But the show in general.
Yeah, general with a lowercase g.
So he... the New York Post on its website right now writes, yes, broadcaster eulogizes reporter who's still alive. And that was Bob Traynor.
Yes.
Bob Traynor's still alive.
He sure is.
And several people, respectable, Bill Meth, a legend in this industry, told me during breakfast that Bob Traynor had passed.
Mike Mancuso tweeted it out. I saw him at the Met game. We were talking.
But here's the beautiful part, Don. Before I even said it, because he is now the voice of broadcasting and media, Andrew Marchand tweeted out that Bob Traynor had passed away. And then after that, you can look at the timeline. I gave a quick eulogy on the air because Bob was a nice guy.
Yeah.
Is a nice guy. But the New York Post writes today, yes, network broadcaster eulogizes guy who's still alive. Didn't mention that probably their top most influential columnist did the same thing before I did. They didn't mention that in the story.
Everybody did. Peter, I've known Bob for 25 years. A great guy. All right. You know, it's out there that he passes away. I mean, it's out there. I mean, Pat Harris used to work here, had a great Facebook, old pictures of like Bob with Reggie Jackson. It was amazing. Like, it was done. He was gone. I saw Mancuso at Citi Field, and we're like, I can't believe he's gone. Like, really?
He's essentially 5 feet under.
Get this, Peter. The next day, guess who calls Mike Mancuso? Bob.
Who's that?
Imagine getting that phone call. Like, imagine looking at your phone and seeing Bob Traynor's calling from the grave. No, it's Bob. He's alive. He's okay. I don't know. I still haven't gotten to the bottom of what happened.
It's like a Manti Te'o situation. This is crazy.
I'm so... listen, we all have our moments.
Is he gravely ill?
No, he's fine. No, listen. I don't.
I mean, he's not an Olympic athlete, but he's all right.
Listen, fine. It is in the eye of the beholder. All right, and I mean that with all affection. Again, I don't. He's not. He's okay. He's not dying. Like usually you hear that because, and then like the next day he passes. No, it's not like that. I don't know. I still haven't gotten to the bottom of how this got out there.
But Don, he's living all of our dreams. He heard everybody saying nice things about him,
Peter,
and he's alive.
Just imagine, but just seeing the phone ring and seeing his name come up, like how creepy is that?
Yeah, not good, Bob.
That's
we can laugh about it because he's still with us, which is great. But to sit there and with all the eulogies, all the tweets, all the Facebook posts, all the conversation, to single out Michael as the guy that dropped the ball,
and I was being nice. Awful announcing said, Kay should have checked the short. Yeah, during a baseball game, I'm going to call people. Hey, is Bob Traynor alive?
No, not when you.
I mean, people. When Andrew Marchand, who is the voice of broadcasting now in this country, says he's dead,
I got to tell you,
I figure he's dead.
I felt bad, Peter, because I went to the Met game. So I had the kids and everything. They went when they were really little, so this is like the first time they're going to remember this. It was really cool. The Mets were awful, but that's besides the point. And a dynamite dash got rained out, which also stunk. But I felt bad, Peter, that I was somebody that knew him that didn't post something. Like everybody that knew him posted something. Why would you double check? This is not Sidney Poitier where Don Yo-Yo misreads it. I mean, it's out there. It's done. I mean, you're kind of just waiting to find out where to send the flowers to the wake. Why would Michael confirm it? It's confirmed. What did he have to go do an autopsy on the guy? Did he have to see the body?
And it's just amazing. Again, the Post writes it like I'm the stooge, but they don't mention that their media reporter reported that the guy's dead. That's left out, and it was done way before I said it on the air.
It would have turned out to be the right thing, but you would have been wrong, Michael, not to say something. It was that out there.
Amazing.
Yes, did the right thing. I'm sure SNY did the same thing.
Nah, they didn't. Anyway, that's Diamond Notes, brought to you by 2 by London, the engagement shop by London Jewelers. Pick or design the perfect engagement ring to fit every budget at any of their 6 area locations. Bobby, we're happy you're alive. We really are. I don't care that I have egg on my face. I'm glad you're alive.
You want that egg on your face.
That's why you could say it with a laugh and a chuckle because at the end of the day, he's still alive. Thank God.
Right. And that's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
He's alive. Let's go to Mark in, where's that, Blooming what?
Oh, oh wow. I don't know.
Blooming Grove.
Never heard of that.
Mark, where's Blooming Grove?
It's Blooming Grove. It's right past Monroe, right up of 17, like maybe 75 minutes north of the Bronx.
Okay.
All right, interesting.
What do you got, Mark?
Don, you are very funny. The autopsy you had was dying laughing. That was great. I just wanted to, I'm a Yankee fan, and I just wanted to say I think Judge, I kind of definitely agree with you guys. I think he should be the unanimous MVP. I don't want to bash Ohtani here, but I got a stat, among other stats. I got one stat that, Michael, you kind of said a little bit about. He's up 22 home runs right now on the number 2 man in the league, which happens to be Ohtani. That's Judge. The last 2 times that in this American League that people won home run title by more than 20 runs was 1956, Mickey Mantle, which was his best year ever. And the year prior to that was 1928, Babe Ruth. That's the kind of year that Aaron Judge is having. And, I don't know if we're going to win the World Series. I agree that this whole Carpenter thing is very, very tough. I mean, he came out of nowhere, but he carried us for a month. Our starting pitcher was great. Now he got injuries. I mean, he's had his great year, and good for him.
Let me throw this at you, Mark, too. Something that we mentioned on the game yesterday when I was doing the game with Cameron Maben. Do you know that I think he's like 16 points away from leading the American League in bat? Now that's a lot, but he's in the conversation for winning the batting title, which means let me stop it. A Triple Crown. He wouldn't win the Triple Crown. Now, most of the people that hit home runs now, they just cavalierly hit 200. They don't care. It means something to Aaron Judge to hit 300. He could win the batting title. He's far ahead in the home run title. He's far ahead in the RBI title. He could win the Triple Crown. Why can't we say that's something special, too? And if you say that Aaron Judge is clearly MVP, people tell, well, you're insulting Ohtani. I'm not upset. I love watching Ohtani play. Love him. I wish that he played for a better team so more people could see, and his games meant more. But they haven't. He's either going to be traded this winter or he's going to be a free agent, and you know what? He's going to be the first $50 million a year player because you're going to pay a top-flight pitcher and a top-flight position player.
And I got to tell you, Michael, I'm not trying to stir it, but I thought about it. If you're a Yankee fan and you want to, because how can they let Judge go? How could you let Judge go? And the question is, well, who's going to pay him? Michael, if the Met offense continues to struggle and it's the reason they don't win, that's the only team you have to fear. I don't think the Giants are going to pay him. Giants are as analytically driven as the Yankees are. But if the Mets lose because they don't hit.
But, Don, analytic teams want power. I mean, he does everything analytically that even analytic people like.
But for all the reasons the Yankees wouldn't pay Judge is the exact same reason the Giants would.
Well, I don't know about that because the Giants are desperate. Giants are not making the playoffs this year.
Well, after winning 107 games last year. But
right,
what I'm saying,
but that was luck. It looked like it was luck.
I know, but
everything went right. Everything doesn't always go right.
But I'm saying is, you know what Cohen's capable of, right? And if the Mets offense has really struggled, we haven't talked a lot about it, but I'm concerned about their offensive struggles, and they may not win the division because of it. And the Braves are as hot as any team in baseball right now. If that's the reason why they don't win, and Aaron Judge is available. Is there somebody that's going to break the bank? It would probably be Cohen over anybody else, right? And if it ends up being a bidding war between the Mets and the Giants, how does that work out for the Yankees?
But I've always said this about the Yankees. They're going to be rational. They're going to draw a line. This is the most that we'll pay him. Now, obviously, the price has gone up. They are from $30.5 million. I think it's going to have to be over 36 now. But how much over? And how many years? If he wants a 10-year contract, I think the Yankees, as much as they desperately want him to stay here, I think they walk away.
Right.
If somebody gives him 10 years, the Yankees walk away. And then we got a show.
But how do you let him go? Where would they?
Tough.
I mean, if you're talking about the roster construction, how do you replace him? Because you can't, because the guy that you were going to replace him with is now in San Diego.
You're right. Absolutely. Let's take a brief timeout. Big-time Yankee goes on the IL. And not for the injury that he was shut down for. We'll talk about that when we get back, right here on Yes at 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael Kay Show is brought to you in part by Audi. Experience a fully electric Audi vehicle at your local Tri-State Audi dealer today.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn, and here's a horse and jump. Maverick is moving up on the outside, and they're racing on the track. It's Maverick coming down to the 8th hole. Liberty Bell racing. They come down to the line again. They're neck and neck. Shoots over the goal. He's the rider, and
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
I can't cook tonight.
Don't focus on what you can't do. Focus on what you can order. Go for Grubhub.
Are those for us?
No, these are mine. I was just strolling by. Go for Grubhub.
Let's do it.
Go for family dinner. Go for Grubhub.
10 years ago, we started Untuck It out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. It's been quite a journey. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. With great fabrics and design at the perfect untucked length, so you can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Just look for our signature sale. Untuck It, 10 years in the making, and we're nowhere close to stopping. Shop our Labor Day sale today at untuckit.com.
Drizzly makes it easy to shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor from wherever I am. I just open the app, find what I want, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes.
Drizzly.
Ding dong, Drizzly.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
Did you receive a call or message that mentioned Social Security and demanded immediate action? Did the caller know your Social Security number or other personal information and tell you that your Social Security number had been used in connection with the crime? Did you feel worried that your Social Security number might be suspended, your bank account might be frozen or seized, or you could be arrested? That is not the Social Security Administration. Social Security will not threaten you, demand your personal information, or instant payment, email or text you pictures or documents, or use a real government official's name to gain your trust. Social Security does not accept payments by gift card, prepaid debit card, internet currency, or by mailing cash. Criminals use these forms of payment because they are hard to trace. Do not be fooled. Hang up. Ignore them. Report this criminal activity to the Social Security Administration Office of the Inspector General at oig.ssa.gov.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
We are cyclists. We come from Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya. We use tech to become Team Amani, show what we can do, make connections. We've gone far, but someday, when anyone can be in any room and everyone can compete, we'll go much farther. Everybody will.
At DraftKings Casino, we give credit where credit is due, in the form of credit. Sign up with DraftKings Casino and get up to $50 in free credits when you deposit $25. That's like extra credit. Download the DraftKings Casino app or play online today. Deposit $25 and get up to $50 in free credits to use on any game. Now, roll credits.
Welcome to Barclays Center, the opening of it. Professional sports back in Brooklyn for the first time since 1957. First time wearing the white jerseys as the era is underway. Wallace gets it into Lopez, left alone for the slam. Williams off and running to the Nets. Draws contact, bucket, and the foul for Darren Williams. Johnson got it. Wallace making his move, leaves for Lopez, up, in, and the foul. As the Nets lead is 4. Brooklyn is on the board. The Nets win the opener, 107-100. In the first game at Barclays Center, a victory for this borough.
Well, the Yankees have given themselves a shot. Donaldson comes up, and he's the winning run at the plate. So you want to write a fairy tale? Donaldson can end it right here. High fly ball. See ya. A walk-off grand slam. And the Yankees pull victory from the jaws of defeat. What a big win for the New York Yankees.
Michael, can you say signature moment?
Absolute joy on this one swing in the Bronx. ESPN New York is celebrating the return of football with the Back to Football viewing party with Peter Rosenberg.
What?
On Thursday night, September 8th, as the new season kicks off. Now, you can come watch the season opener at the Ainsworth, located at 310 Sinatra Drive in Hoboken, New Jersey. Peter's going to be joined by the 98.7 promo team with Anita Marks as they give away back-to-football prize packs and tickets to select 2022 Jet games. ESPN New York's Back to Football Night is brought to you by Modelo, Jack Daniels, FanDuel Sportsbook, and Leafly.
Oh, yeah.
Don, I will tell you truly, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. If I wasn't working Thursday night, I would go be there with him. Because here's my intention this coming fall and winter.
Here we go.
We, as a team, as a show, as a threesome, we're going to reach out and touch our fans.
Yeah.
We're going to be there for you. We'll be at Knick games. We'll be at Ranger games. We want to interact with you. You are the family. That's what you mean to us. We will be out and about.
So what you're saying is you're going to do what I've been doing for years.
Which is what?
Is like visiting people at the Garden during a Ranger game.
Well, did you mean that, Michael? Do you mean like specifically someone says, I'm in section 317, you're taking a walk up to see him?
No, I'm not a puppet. I mean, if I'm there, I will greet you and hug you and all of those things. And I think we're going to put together things where we'll have tailgates at Jet games.
That's
Maybe
right.
we'll infiltrate Giant games. We're going to be there. We're going to be very present. And we want you to be here.
We're gonna demand and take over the ESPN suite. We're gonna steal it from the suits and invite the listeners.
By the way, I will be in the ESPN suite on Saturday night, Peter. I think you'll be impressed with this.
Oh, what's this?
My daughter Callie asked me a while ago, Daddy, can you take me to go see Harry Styles? And that's what I'm doing Saturday night.
Nice. That's a good thing.
Wow. I mean, listen, it's the least you can do. He's playing 15 shows, so you got to be able to get in for one.
Well, but I've got a game that day.
Wow.
I'm going to put on a feather boa, and I'm going to go.
Why a feather boa?
Because that's what everybody does when they go. C.C. Sabathia went with his family, who was wearing a boa. That's what Harry wears.
Now I've heard the name.
You don't know Harry
But
Styles?
I don't know anything at all other than the fact I've heard his name.
Peter, very quickly, did Harry Styles spit on his co-star? No? Okay.
What?
That's the big thing today.
He spit on his co-star?
They think that he spit on his co-star during the premiere of this movie. That's Chris Pine.
Oh, boy.
Now, if he spit on Chris Pine could snap his head off and throw garbage down his neck if he did that. They're claiming he didn't, but there seem to be videos. I mean, they're going to have to bring in Seinfeld, I guess.
I can't believe that people wear boas to this. That's a bridge too far.
Well, I'll send out a picture. Anyway,
I gotta look
here
something.
is
I'm lost.
today's. Now, the Yankees are rained out, by the way. So it's going to be a straight doubleheader tomorrow, and here's how you plan your day. The Michael K. Show is still going to be on Yes at 3 o'clock because it's a straight doubleheader starting at 3. So the first game is going to be televised on Prime Video. The second game will be on Yes. The first game, Domingo Germán will pitch. The second game, it'll be Garrett Cole, who is supposed to pitch tonight. So the Michael K. Show is going to be on until that second game begins. It'll be a TV vehicle.
Right, and then it'll be on Ray-Ro the whole time.
Right.
Ray-Ro.
There you go.
He was in One
here's
Direction.
Today's Yankees' unusual injury, brought to you by
How am I
Big O
supposed to know that?
How are you supposed to know what?
How am I supposed to know who this person is?
You don't
He
know
was
who
in One
Harry
Direction.
Styles is?
No, he was in One Direction. How am I supposed to know who's in One
He
Direction?
is probably the big Peter. Is he one of the biggest stars in the world?
I think the two biggest stars in music, not named Beyonce, probably are Harry Styles and Bad Bunny. I'd say are the two guys.
You know what?
You've never heard of Harry Styles, Don? You got to get out.
I said I've heard the name, and
But
I've
you
heard
don't
the
know
name,
about
but I
his-
could not tell you. And even Bad Bunny, I had no idea.
Wow.
Harry Styles, I do not know his music well, but he is a famous man.
I've heard the name, but I'm supposed to know who's somebody in One Direction. Maybe I'll find out soon enough, I guess, with Jalen.
Don,
But
I'm
not
telling
yet.
you, he's one of the biggest stars in the world.
But so I have to know one of the biggest stars in the world if
I would
he
think so.
performs music I don't listen to.
But you're the father of two young children. Yeah,
They
you have
don't
to be
know
hip.
yet. All they listen to Kids Bop. That's it.
Can I please get to the Yankee
if you
injury,
feel that-
unusual
please,
injury? This is sponsored.
You brought it up.
Here's Aaron Boone about Anthony Rizzo.
I don't think it's anything back related now. I think it's just dealing with getting headaches and stuff so it's just he's kind of still under doctor's orders to kind of rest. So there's at least going to be a few day ramp up once we get him going. So we just got to get him to that point. So that's been a little frustrating, I know, for him in the last couple days.
Now, in very few cases, an epidural can give you terrible headaches, and they want to get this taken care of. They say that the back is okay, but they have to put him on the IL. And the way the Yankee lineup is right now, boy, do they need Anthony Rizzo. But you can't rush things, so no Rizzo. And if there was a game tonight, there was not going to be DJ LeMahieu. So who exactly is playing? When you tell me, the Yankees are underachieving, they're not underachieving. This is who they are right now.
No, that's not.
You know what? Larry Brooks, you know how I feel about Larry Brooks.
Yes.
He had one of the great lines today. What Judge is doing, what Maris did. You look at the 1961 Yankees. That was like the second incarnation of Murderer's Row.
Yeah.
He
wouldn't-
said
you
one
wouldn't
guy had
describe
Murderer's
this year's
Row.
team that way?
Excuse me?
Are you saying you wouldn't describe this year's team that way?
Well, Larry Brooks in the New York Post said one guy had Murderer's Row, the other guy has Skid Row. I mean, this is not a really good lineup right now.
No, he absolutely gets no help behind him in the lineup. It's terrible.
And here's my little, as a fan, Michael, in sports, of things that are worrisome. There have been multiple times where you're like, all right, this is the moment it turns around.
Right.
Right. The Donaldson home run, it didn't turn around. When they won the 2 games at Yankee Stadium against the Mets, well, that's going to be when it turned. It didn't. Now we'll see if this little mini 2-game winning streak is what spurs them on. And it does help it's the Twins who they own. But we'll see, because there's been multiple times, right, Peter, we're like, all right, this is going to get going. When they went to Oakland, Remember they had the 20 hits, 10 runs, or 13 runs.
Yes, great start.
And Peter,
Here we go.
And we opened the show. Peter's like, "Tell me momentum doesn't exist in baseball." And I was like, "Oh, Stanton came back. I mean, there's some reasons why they hit, and then they haven't hit really since."
And then they got shut down by a guy named Aller, who the Mets traded them for Bassett, and a guy named Adrian Martinez. They couldn't hit him. Then they lost 2 out of 3 to the Angels. Then they lost the first 2 to the Rays. So we can't make we can't be like talk radio foofs and make declarative statements that aren't going to come true. We don't know what they're going to do.
Michael, that's Saturday, the day of the Mets Old Timers Day, which I went to, by the way. It was awesome. It was basically a perfect game. 27 up, 27 down through 9 innings. It was just that they ran themselves, so it wasn't a perfect game. Boy, they were 1 hit. Yep. They faced them. They
had 1 hit through 11 innings.
Yeah, right.
First time ever in their history.
And the only reason they scored the 2 runs because the A's were throwing the ball all over the place.
Yep. Well, that's today's Yankees Unusual Injury Report, brought to you by Bigelow Tea. Bigelow Tea is a proud supporter of the Michael Kay Show and the official hot tea of Joe Torre and the New York Yankees. Now, you know, Peter, I don't like to stir things up. Never have. Never have. But somebody very big in the industry, that if there was an industry Mount Rushmore, he would be considered for being on that Mount Rushmore.
Really?
And he just texted me. He said, if Don doesn't know more than just Harry Styles' name, it's just like saying in 1965, well, I've heard about the Beatles, I don't know their music.
Stop it. No, stop.
He's got, whoever said that.
Whoever that, I don't even know, Big Yo-Yo. Honestly.
Also, he said, has Don ever heard of Lady Gaga?
Yes, I've heard of Lady Gaga.
Well, then how do you not know who Harry Styles is?
Well, Harry Styles hasn't been famous as long as Lady Gaga.
Well, he's pretty famous right now.
But I just want to say that comp is horrifying.
Yeah, I have no respect for this guy.
I think you know him.
Tell me who it is.
Yeah,
somebody says own something that ignorant.
Somebody you always forget his name.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, come on, man. Really?
Yeah.
Moore said that?
Yeah, he's very upset with you.
Come on, man. And I know, listen, all joking aside, I met this guy. He's not a freakazoid. Come on, take that back. No, it's the Beatles, man.
You know why? Because he's in his 60s and also has a very young child like we do, and he knows who Harry Styles is.
My daughter's going to be, in 3 months, she's going to be 5. I'm sure I'm going to be introduced to all this soon. But how does a 54-year-old metal and rock fan going to know who this guy is other than just hearing his name in passing? And then you compared him to one of the greatest rock entities in the history of planet Earth?
Yeah, but they weren't that in 1965. He's saying so in 65 when they came over from England, they were like the big thing of the moment. We didn't know that they'd become the quote-unquote Beatles.
But I don't know this Harry Styles character from Adam. But the Beatles, the 65 Beatles, that means they've already been here. They landed in New York in 64. No. Come on.
It's a tough comp. I'm sorry.
John Moore, take it back. You know what? I'm not looking forward to meeting you.
There are certain people that when you use them in comparisons, it cannot work. I think the Beatles and Michael Jackson are people that you just leave out of the conversation. Harry Styles is very big.
You know the point he's trying to make, Peter.
He's huge. Here's
the problem with Don. I'm telling you, I hate to say this. I hate to start our first show together after the nervous breakdown and everything on the negative, but here's the deal. Don can't know about these things because at 11 o'clock he's watching Eyewitness News like a 75-year-old man.
That's true.
Well, how am I where am I supposed to stumble upon this?
On Twitter? On social media?
But if I see Harry Styles and it's nothing that interests me, and then you're saying that Harry Styles is going to be the Beatles? Maybe it might just be the Bay City Rollers.
But the Bay City Rollers were pretty big when Howard Cosell
I am sure.
Introduced them.
Here's the comparison. You want the comparison? Let's go. Let's really dig deep into my archives, okay? That was like my dad knowing who Sean Cassidy was.
No, Harry Styles bigger than Sean Cassidy.
Really? Leif Garrett?
Yep.
Bigger than Leif?
Yeah, bigger than Leif.
I don't. These are pretty big people you're talking about. But that's what is he going to be one of the greatest?
The person is saying this. He said, I'm saying he's as famous as they were then. And he is.
I know the name. I've heard the name. But if I don't like the music, Peter, come back to me, man. Help me out
listen,
If I don't know the music, it's not music that I'm interested in.
Right,
how would I know?
We got a break. Coming up in the 5 p.m. hour, we're giving away Jets home opener tickets. So keep it locked in. Brought to you by the New York Jets. The Jets' regular season kicks off on Sunday, September 11th at MetLife Stadium. Be there for the 2022 home opener when the Jets take on the Ravens at 1 p.m. Secure your seats now at nyjets.com/tickets. John just texted me, Don. Tell Don if we ever meet that we're done.
Wow. Oh, good. I'm worried.
He didn't say he was going to beat you up.
He wants it done, though. Yeah, I don't want to know this person.
You don't want to know him.
I'm done with him.
This is one of my close friends.
Believe me, Michael, it wouldn't be the first close friend you had that I was done with.
You don't like any of the people I like, and that's why we get along, because I don't like any of the people you like.
But
Randy Levine, the Yankee president, has made a comment about the future of Aaron Judge with the Yankees. When we come back, we'll tell you what he said. Right here on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael Kay Show is brought to you in part by Burke Rehabilitation. Get back in action with Burke.
The story of the Kind Mini. We took the full-size bar and cut it in half. So the next time it's 3 o'clock and you want some delicious dark chocolate, grab a dark chocolate nuts and sea salt mini with whole almonds and just 90 calories. It's a kinder way to satisfy.
All right, Limo, give me a socket wrench, some pliers, and a phone open to libertymutual.com. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. And a blowtorch.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I think he'll be safe in there.
Help keep what's important to you safe with Chevy Safety Assist, standard on these Chevy SUVs. Find new safe places, find new roads.
Qualified lessees with a current eligible lease can get this Equinox for around $269 a month. See your local Chevy dealer.
Just when you thought you were done painting, you discover paint bleed under your tape. Not with Frog Tape. Frog Tape is the only painter's tape treated with paint block technology. Paint block reacts with the water in latex paint to form a micro barrier against paint bleed, giving you the sharpest lines possible. Get professional results with Frog Tape. No messy lines, no paint bleed. For sharp lines, every time, Frog it.
When you become a champion, everyone wants a piece of you. You're a New York champion, so there's a lot more eyeballs on you this season. There's a target on your back, and to try and repeat is in the DNA of this football club now. It's time to get down to business, baby. Let's go. Avids!
I love the Army. You just have this brotherhood that you can't find anywhere else. Since coming home from war, I've tried so many different things. I just remember thinking, like, it's over.
After being forced to medically retire, Angie battled addiction to prescription medications, eventually losing her house and marriage. Then she found Wounded Warrior Project.
And so I went online, I signed up, and I knew that Wounded Warrior Project was definitely my new community. One of the staff members, she put me in for peer mentor training. It was like for the first time someone recognized something good about me and thought that I had something to give back to someone else. Are you doing okay otherwise?
I've kind of picked up woodworking with my grandfather, so...
3D stuff. All those activities gave me a new way to live without drugs, a new way to live without feeling like I'm broken. You can live a meaningful life after traumatic experiences.
You wouldn't go into battle alone. You don't have to fight this alone. Visit woundedwarriorproject.org/notalone.
Every Sunday, watch the Yes Hyundai Sunday Game of the Week. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers and the stylish all-wheel drive Hyundai Tucson. Test drive one today or visit us at buyhyundai.com.
We are cyclists. We come from Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya. We use tech to become Team Amani, show what we can do, make connections. We've gone far, but someday, when anyone can be in any room and everyone can compete, we'll go much farther. Everybody will.
You've just been diagnosed with mesothelioma, and you're also facing the biggest financial decision of your life concerning which law firm to hire. Research your options, since all law firms are not equally experienced. Visit webinar.law to download the Law Firm Selection Checklist and video by Weitz and Luxembourg. We literally wrote the book on New York asbestos litigation. Call 1-888-411-LAWS to learn more. That's 888-411-LAWS.
You've been waiting. It's your time. Fall is coming, and it's still 80 degrees. Minor detail. Fall hard with a $3 medium pumpkin spice signature latte from Dunkin'.
He's not just on pace to get the 61. He's on pace to shatter that home run record, shatter it. See ya. Home run, Aaron Judge.
This dude is absolutely incredible. And the march to history gets a little closer.
Get trending with Yes's off-field fashion.
Whoa, now that is a fly outfit.
As some of the best designers from the Fashion Institute of Technology.
The speed of that laser was insane.
Get the opportunity of a lifetime to style celebrities from the sports world and beyond.
For them to totally nail their styles, very classic.
Feels perfect. It's like hugging.
Watch Off-Field Fashion, streaming now, exclusively on the S app.
Does this sound familiar to you, Don?
Nope, never heard it.
Have you ever heard the song Watermelon Sugar?
Yes.
That's him.
Watermelon Sugar was on Kids Bop, so I hear a bunch of kids singing it.
That's him.
Okay.
Well, I have to say something here then, or I'd be a liar and dishonest, disingenuous person. Last week on Whitish Wednesday, Watermelon Sugar was played, and I had never heard it in my life.
Oh, my goodness.
And they were like, it's everywhere. It's ubiquitous. You hear it everywhere you go. I was like, I go everywhere. I'm outside.
Here's what happens, okay? Quickly. Since the advent of satellite radio, I do not listen to terrestrial music radio. Because why do I have to sit through commercials? I mean, I'm sure, Peter, you go through that as competition.
That's not how we make our living, but good.
No, we don't make our living music. Peter might.
You mean music? I thought you meant talk.
No, like terrestrial music radio. Gotcha. You know, I listen to 70s on 7. I listen to 80s on 8. I listen to Ozzy's Boneyard.
Right.
No, but back in the day, you know, you couldn't help but find these songs. You'd be flipping from dial to dial. But now we kind of live in our own little cocoons. That's part of the problem, I think, with our society now. We live in our own little world. We pay attention to the things we care about. And so a lot of these things don't get in. That's why the comparison to something from, 50, 60 years ago, you couldn't help but find out about it because there were 7 TV stations and you listened to the radio. But now I just listen to the things I care about, and I don't. And the Kids Bop's on because the kids listen to that, but they don't tell you who the artist is.
And it's probably not Harry Styles because they clean it up on Kids Bop.
Well, because the kids are singing it. That's the whole concept of Kids Bop. But who was the other guy that you said that the song was in your head?
Me?
Yeah. From a while back, you were talking about there was a song that was in your head from this artist. I can't think of who it was at the time.
Ed Sheeran?
Yeah. And that song I only knew from Kids Bop.
Gotcha. Join us in celebrating the return of football, Don, with Bart and Hahn live from Margaritaville in Times Square. Thursday, September 8th, as a new NFL season kicks off. So you see what we're doing here, Don. warring factions, Bart and Hahn in Times Square and Peter in Hoboken.
Now, in all fairness, you can do both because theirs during the day and mine's at night.
That's what I was going to say. They're live from noon to 3 with giveaways for guests in attendance. And I don't think you're going to have this, Peter. Special appearances from Hall of Famer Dan Marino, ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter, Shefty we call him, and Jets great Nick Mangold.
Wow.
Yeah, brought to you by DraftKings, Sloman's, Dos Hombres, and Margarita Resort, Times Square. Head to Margaritaville this football season and enjoy $20 beer buckets and $6 margaritas, plus $3 off any appetizer during NFL or college games. What a big day for us on Thursday. All right, so Andrew, I think this means something to Andrew because he does listen to a lot of podcasts. And Joel Sherman, my good buddy, and John Heyman, my good friend as well, they have a podcast now that's doing very well. It's called The Show. It's on baseball, and it's affiliated, obviously, with their employer, the New York Post. And I can't believe the guests they're getting. I mean, they had Steve Cohen on last week.
Yeah.
Today they had on the Yankee president, Randy Levine, and one of the things they asked him, are the Steinbrenners ever going to sell the Yankees? He said, absolutely not. But they also asked him about Aaron Judge and whether or not the Yankees could sign him. And he said, we love Aaron Judge. We think Aaron Judge is an all-time Yankee. That is why we offered him the highest all-time position player contract in the history of the Yankees.
Okay.
There's no question we want Aaron Judge back, and we value him. Being a Yankee is really important. There's no issue whether Aaron Judge comes back. It's a negotiation. Then it will be up to him. Does he want to be here? Hal has been competitive. We have one of the top payrolls in baseball. We value Aaron Judge. It's a question of getting to yes. We know his worth. It takes two to tango. We don't know what is in his mind. All we can do is show him how much we would like for him to be a Yankee. Negotiations have to be in the realm of reality, not unreality.
Yeah, but
what do you make of that?
But that's in the eye of the beholder, right?
Yep.
You know, one person's reality is another person's, figment of their imagination, right? I mean, who knows what the Yankees' reality is? If they are still hung up on the contract they'd offered him at the beginning of the season as like a base point, it's going to have to be significantly higher than that. Maybe not in years, but in AAV, right? So you're probably, Michael, how much was it per year, the offer?
30.5. I would say that Judge on the open market is going to get close to 40.
Yeah, close to, if not 40. And then the question is somebody going to give him the 8th year? So... And I think they might. The point is, Michael, is that everything he said there sounded okay, but if you really look at it, it's like, well, he has to say yes. Well, you have to make an offer that makes him want to say yes. And I don't think he's given any kind of discount.
No.
So how far are you willing to go if the Mets or the Giants or some team we're not talking about is willing to go 8 or 9 years, willing to go over $40 million per year?
Let's also say, let's be real here for a second, too. He can talk about all the unreality you want to. If they lose Aaron Judge after a season in which they disappoint, like it closes out the way it looks like it would, which is a weak playoff appearance and they're gone, and then you lose Aaron Judge, you guys don't think that's like unmitigated PR disaster for this team?
It'd be incredibly tough to absorb for the fans, and then it would come to, well, who are they going to replace him with? And there's nobody on the free agent market that approximates him.
No, I would have fought you on that.
Unless they can make a trade for Ohtani.
I would have fought you on that, Michael or Peter, early in the season because it's the Yankees and the fan base is so passionate. But how much it seems like a lot of Yankee fans hate this team right now based on how they played and how they've disappointed. If they disappoint again and their favorite player walks, and God forbid, if you're a Yankee fan, he goes to the Mets, listen, would it cripple them? No, but you can't say it wouldn't be a PR disaster. Could they survive it? Of course they could. They're the Yankees. But that doesn't mean that they couldn't do significant damage and hurt themselves for a while.
We have to make a quick break because we're going to have the coach of the Jets on, Robert Saleh. He'll be on with us every Monday during the season. Quick Met note. Met pitching coach Jeremy Hefner, according to Mike Puma of the Post, said there's a good chance Scherzer will pitch Friday in Miami. But there's a chance he might not. So a good chance he'll pitch, and that's something that the Met fans really want to see. All right, we will talk to Robert Saleh of the Jets. We'll talk more baseball as we move along. Peter has a big, piping hot ENN coming up as well.
Huge.
So please stay tuned for that. Saleh coming up next right here on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
K Show on Yes is presented by Untuck It. Shirts designed to be worn untucked. Shop now at untuckit.com.
10 years ago, we started Untuck It out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. It's been quite a journey. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. With great fabrics and design at the perfect untucked length, so you can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Just look for our signature sale. Untuck It, 10 years in the making, and we're nowhere close to stopping. Shop our Labor Day sale today at untuckit.com.
It's one fantastic ride. The turbocharged, tech-inspired Kia Forte.
Best 2 out of 3?
Get 3.49% APR for up to 48 months in the purchase of a new 2023 Forte.
Baseball is dead? Nah. We've got pitchers hitting grand slams, a team playing a 4-man outfield, and the best crop of major league talent maybe ever. Baseball is alive and well, and it's about to get even better. Bet just $5 to get 100 in free bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $5 to get 100 instantly, and get in on the action.
Okay. Nuggets?
We always have nuggets. I'll get the plates.
Killer taste, killer nutrition, always organic. Dave's Killer Bread, bread amplified.
Seems like things are very complicated these days. Are you sure you're doing that right? No. That's why Spectrum Mobile makes mobile easy with unlimited data and nationwide 5G for $29.99 a month per line when you get 2 or more lines. So no added taxes, no hidden fees, and no contracts. Just $29.99. It's simple. Just a coffee.
Decaf, half calf, cloud roasted.
I'll just do a water then.
Artisanal water, spring water, babbling brook.
Want simple? Get unlimited data and nationwide 5G for $29.99. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store today.
You had me at Allison 10-speed transmission. Premium features available on GMC Sierra Heavy Duty. Step up to GMC with 0% financing on Sierra Heavy Duty models. GMC, we are professional grade.
Kara Tokyo, Ohio gozaimasu, everyone. And that means live from Tokyo, good morning. And yes, it is 5 in the morning back in New York, and we are ready to play baseball here in the evening in Tokyo. The Yankees are going to open their season.
The big story the first couple of days in Japan has been Hideki Matsui. He is the darling of this country, of this crowd, of this week.
Nestor, the diving Cortez, little bit of this, little bit of that. Strike 3, 6 strikeouts in a row. Cortez absolutely dominating.
He is so much fun to watch.
The stadium has come alive.
That's right. This was a fun game to watch.
Up for grabs. And he knew it. The crowd knew it.
The Yankee fans will remember for a long time.
Towing the slab and the boogie down.
You saw him do the gritty.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
There's his walk-off home run. What a blast by Judge.
This is pretty sweet right here.
nobody, and I mean nobody, breaks it down like Don.
He makes it make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, am I supposed to be there in the room as they do an autopsy on the man?
No, you did the right thing.
Of course I did. I always do.
Believe me, I'll go with Yes's record against the Post any day.
Yankees and the Twins rained out. Doubleheader tomorrow. Straight doubleheader. Starting at 3 o'clock.
What makes the decision for that?
I don't know.
Because
I really don't know.
The Yo-Yo Pirates are going to have the Mets play a day-night doubleheader tomorrow when they average like 16,000 fans, and then nobody's going to go to the day game. Nobody. It's not even worth turning the lights on in like the office. And yet they're still going to have a day-night. But then the Yankees that actually can get a crowd have a straight doubleheader. Explain that to me.
I think the players have to sign off on a split doubleheader. I think they get paid extra money, which would be a little bit, for a guy who makes $25 million a year, but it would be a lot for their young players. They probably voted that they didn't want to do a split doubleheader. That's the only thing I can think of. Now, also, it's supposed to rain early in the day, so maybe they look at it, if they had a 1 and a 7 split doubleheader, the first game would probably be delayed, and then it would be a bacchanal getting everybody out and getting everybody in for 7 o'clock. Those are the two things I can think of.
I'm just curious, like how sometimes this would make sense for it to be day-night, and it makes sense for a straight doubleheader for Mets Pirates, and then the exact opposite happens. So,
but don't you think that like the 15,000 that might go to a Pirates game means a lot to the Pirates? Might mean more to the Pirates than to a big market team.
Yeah, but here's the thing, and Howie Rose tweeted this out. All right, they averaged 16,000. We're now in September. School's open, so really,
but Met fans are there.
But what do you expect to get for the day game? Honestly,
yeah, but.
I mean, we'll look it up. Maybe I'll be dead wrong.
Here's the deal. The day game will be accepting tickets from the previous game, the one that got rained out yesterday. So whatever yesterday was supposed to be, that will be what it is.
They're going to be rain. There'll be rain checks because, again, people work. Kids are back to school.
But there's a lot of Met fans that have made the trip to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, because it was Labor Day because they had off. Now they got to go back home.
By the way, a lot of people, Kevin, Shining Woods, Kevin being one of them, said yesterday was Labor Day. Today is Caber Day.
Hey, Kevin, why don't you go ahead and sit out the next couple plays?
You know what?
Also, Doug, can I bring one thing up as we're waiting for Coach Saleh?
Sure.
I go away and you become a wrestler. What's happening with you?
I'm just helping my brother out. It was a whole thing that I worked out with David, and that was...
You're not supposed to say that. You're just supposed to continue to live.
Wait a minute. That I would make this appearance.
Right, okay. And then it turned into a fight.
He didn't let me finish.
Okay,
and it was going to be this, hey, Don LaGreca is going to be there. We'll introduce him. And then my brother just goes nuts, like making fun of all the people, like really getting personal with these nice people from Butler, New Jersey that pay good money to go see wrestling. So I decided, you know what, maybe my brother and I have had some problems recently, so I decided to try to choke him out. And this wrestler, this Yo-Yo, gets in the way of a sibling rivalry, and I took care of business.
There you see. There you go. Wow. That's my Don.
Now, I don't wrestle much, but when I make the effort, that's what you see. And
I watched it, and I said, I've got grave concern for this guy.
For what? For who?
For you.
Why?
For you. That now you're wrestling. Like you don't have enough on your plate.
I was making an appearance. My brother got out of hand. I had to straighten him out.
What do you want him to do?
Yeah. Just stand there as I'm waving to people. People, I was signing autographs. People were fans of the show, and my brother's insulting them.
Right. You want him to just get dissed?
So we were just talking about Judge, whether or not they sign him or not. I think it's going to come down to money. I don't think anybody is going to give anybody any discount. And one of our listeners, Steven, said if the Yankees let Judge walk, they'll be relegated to competing for the final wild card spot at best. The Yankees need him. But, Steven, you're assuming that if they let Judge go, they're not going to replace him. They have to replace him.
Yeah, but who?
I don't know. That's at a higher pay grade than me. I don't think they're going to lose Aaron Judge and say, you know, we're going to have Oswaldo Cabrera play right field next year. They're not going to do that.
No, but
they've got to get a big star.
I know, but a big star. But again, the question would be who? I mean, we can look at the available free agents, make a trade. But you're talking about, Michael, right now, Aaron Judge is one of the top three, if not the best player in Major League Baseball.
Okay.
All right. So you're not replacing him with anything that's going to be close to what he did this year. You know, so you'll go out and you might get a guy who hits 30 home runs and, bats 260 and has a nice on-base percentage, but he's not Aaron Judge. And even with Aaron Judge, Michael, they were one of the worst teams in baseball in August. So,
and really bad in July, too.
And we've seen, just ask the Angels, what having two of the best players in baseball do for your bottom line. So even having Judge doesn't guarantee anything. Losing an 8 WAR and replacing it with a 3 or a 4 or a 5 or even a 6 is still significantly lower than what you have. So I can understand the concern. And plus, now everybody's a year older. So what's Donaldson? You got another year left on his contract. What's he going to be?
See, I'm glad you brought that up because that's one thing I wanted to talk about. I had forgotten. The Yankees are really an old team. I mean, you can sell it whichever way you want. Anthony Rizzo's 32. Donaldson's 36. Stanton's 32. Hicks is over 30. I mean, they're an old team.
Yeah.
And you can't be shocked that they get hurt. They're an old team.
So, yes, we got
Matt Carpenter is old. I mean, and then on top of all of that, the one guy that you almost have to sign, you're going to have to sign him to an 8-year deal until he's 38 years old. That's what it comes down to. So all these old people now that are breaking down, that's what you worry about by saying, well, give him whatever. I love fans to go, give him whatever he wants. Now, he's certainly making the case to give him whatever he wants because he's having a season for the ages. But you got to extrapolate out 8 years. What's he going to be then?
And with all this said, Michael, you wonder that if Judge does leave, does that open the door for them to try to get younger? Because eventually Volpe's got to get called up, right? I mean, eventually Peraza's got to play. I mean,
you would think.
Dominguez is a while away.
If you make everybody young, though, Don, then all of a sudden this might be a year where they are not guaranteed to make the playoffs.
No, I know, and that's not how the Yankees operate. But at the same time, it could be an opportunity to say, all right, they held on to all these guys for a reason, Michael. So is that?
Well, that's what the reason was. That's why they didn't go after Correa or Story or Seager because they look at Peraza and Volpe as the shortstop of the future.
All right, so
they do.
Yeah, so when do you usher these guys in? When does the opportunity become? I mean, Volpe's down in Double-A. I guess he could still be another year away. Peraza's up now. So when are these guys going to play? If they're not going to get used for trades, then this is what frustrates Yankee fans. We're not about a championship. We're about championships. That's why you hold on to all these guys. But you're still a win-now team. You didn't trade any of these guys away because you figure they're part of your future. Well, when are they going to be given that opportunity? Plus, imagine the pressure these kids are under. Volpe, imagine the pressure, Michael. The free agents they didn't sign, the pitchers they didn't get because they didn't want to get rid of this guy. You imagine the immense pressure he's going to be under when he finally gets called up?
Well, if you're great, you'll handle the pressure. And so far, he got promoted to AAA, and he's been owning it there. So we'll see. Now, Jets and the Ravens. It starts on September 11th. At MetLife. We're excited about it. It should be a blast, hoping for good things. And here is the coach of the New York Jets, Robert Saleh, who will join us throughout the season. Coach, it's Michael, Don, and Peter. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. We want you to break some news here. So is Zach Wilson playing Sunday or not?
We haven't gotten quite the update yet. We're going to wait until tomorrow morning to see how everything checked out today.
How did he look today playing? Practicing?
Well, today was an off day for we're in dark film rooms today, just finalizing our game plans, and so he was out working with the training staff and doing all that stuff. So from everything I gathered, he had a good workout.
If I'm not mistaken, Coach, you had said when he first got injured that he'll be back when he's 100%. So what percentage was he at the last time you got a chance to see him?
Oh God, I don't know that answer.
Okay.
I don't have that answer. I don't know if we've been putting percentages on it quite yet.
All right, so are you going to go by the decision of discretion is the better part of valor, and it's better to sit him down and just have Joe Flacco play the game, or if he is in fact ready, that you want him out there?
Yeah, I'm going to stand by what we talked about. It's if he feels 100% and everything checks out, he's going to play. So just all depends on tomorrow.
All right, so let's go ahead, Peter.
Go ahead, Don.
Let's be ultra positive. Flacco goes out and throws 4 touchdowns, and you win the game 35-7. Does that affect when Wilson comes back and plays? If Flacco's winning, or does Wilson come back the second that he's ready to go?
All right, I'm not going to do the hypotheticals, but that would be an awesome problem to have.
Coach, what can you tell us about the Denzel Mims situation? Obviously, things have been tricky there. He goes out in the last preseason game, catches everything thrown his way, scores a touchdown, looked really good. Now, reportedly, you guys have turned down trade offers for him. What do you see playing out with Denzel?
The same thing. You know, he's a big part of our team, and he's one of our 6 best receivers. And you know, like we love and appreciate Denzel, and he's battling to get playing time. And so it's like I've said before, he doesn't hate the organization. He doesn't hate his teammates. He might be frustrated with us as a coaching staff because he wants to play, but at the same time, he's never gotten disrespectful, and he's not a disrespectful young man either. But he comes to work. He's putting in his effort. He's trying to find a role with regards to special teams, and he's working hard at it. And you just have faith that eventually he's going to crack through and be the player we all know he can be.
Robert Saleh, the Jets head coach, is our guest here on the Michael Kay Show. This is a "What have you done for me yesterday" society. So, 20 years ago, second year, all right, let's take another step. But Jet fans expect big things from this team. They expect with a good draft and the additions that you've made that this is going to be a good year. Are they going to be right? Are they going to be happy this year?
You know, that's going to be all on, and I get it, we're in a results-oriented business. It's wins and losses, but the reality is, and it's cliche, but we can't control any of that. You know, our goal every day is to put out our best effort and be our 100, showcase our best 100% of the time, and you trust that the results are going to be good enough. But you know, we've assembled a really cool group of young talent, and we've got some veterans built in there, and we've got a chance to kind of change the course of history throughout this organization, and we're really excited about how this team's going to evolve. You know, I was reading an article from John Snyder the other day they were talking about this year's Seahawks team, and he made mention of the fact that nobody knew who Cam Chancellor was and Earl Thomas or Richard Sherman and all those guys from many years ago. But then, you know, you keep stacking up great days, and all of a sudden you become a household name. And I feel like that's kind of where we're at. You know, we don't have household names, but I know that they're in there. And it's just a matter of us being our absolute best, stack up great days, and eventually the world's going to know who we are.
You know, Sauce was a big acquisition for you guys during the offseason and the draft. I mean, how has his camp gone, and how ready is he going to be for opening day?
He's been great. He's got a tremendous mindset to him. He prepares like a veteran. He's got confidence like a veteran. He's still a rookie, so he's going to have a lot of learning moments, but at the same time, he's going to be one of those guys that's going to learn quick. And, you know, so really excited about him. He's going to be a good football player. He's got freakish length, freakish movement, and a freakish mind with regards to absorbing and downloading information as the game and as the play is happening. So he's going to be a really cool player. And, you know, like I said, he is a rookie, so there's going to be a lot of learning moments for him. But I think he's going to be one of those guys that when he sees it and he learns from it, it's over.
Are you a better head coach, you think, than you were last year? Is your staff better than it was last year? It was a young staff.
Yeah, I don't know if better is the word. It's you'd like to think so. You've got more of an identity. You know, you've got more of, you know, I equate it to my first year as a coordinator, to my second year, to my third year. You're evolving. You're trying to find ways to be more efficient. You're trying to find ways to stay ahead of the game, and obviously you're recognizing players and adding players to your roster that help you become a better football coach, but at the same time finding ways to put those players in position to be better. So as a staff, I think Albrick is better. I think LaFleur is better. Brandt, who's been here, I feel like since the organization was founded, is better. So we are in our second year. We communicate better. We communicate with the players better. And we're evolving as a staff. How does that look on Sunday? It's we're going to see in a few days, but I do think we're a lot better.
Is there moments when you look back at last season and go, all right, I'm experienced enough now to know not to do that again?
Yeah. Shoot, just with scheduling, you know, not as, you know, you call around, my last year just called around to everyone, just asking about scripts and like, hey, how would you do practice, and just trying to learn about scheduling and just watching our team evolve over this course of the year, and just having the confidence and after all the conversations and talking to a bunch of different performance teams, just having the confidence in ourselves to create the perfect schedule for our organization. being confident that what we're doing is what's best for our players, and not worrying about comparing ourselves to what other teams are doing, but just focusing on us. And so there's a lot more confidence. There's a much better pulse on the team from our coaching staff and performance, and Joe and his staff. And the longer we're here, the better the pulse will get. And so I do think a lot of that's better.
All right, so at the beginning of the interview, Coach, we were talking with Robert Saleh, the Jets head coach here on the Michael Kay Show. You said we're going to decide tomorrow about Zach Wilson. Now, this is a hunch I'm playing here. I think that as you sit here on this radio show right now, you know exactly who's going to play. Is this part of a game so that the Ravens can't prepare for one quarterback or the other?
No, I in all honesty, Harbaugh said it best. Coach said it best yesterday. I think I was reading a quote from him yesterday that he said, we're going to run our offense. There's a play style that's different, but our offense is our offense. That's no secret. It's not like you're going from a runner like Russell Wilson or even Lamar Jackson, for that matter, to Joe Flacco. The offense is going to be very, 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 very similar. And, the play style and getting out of the pocket and running a lot of off-schedule stuff might be a little bit different, but for the most part, it's the same. So, I'm not looking at Baltimore and thinking that they're on pins and needles waiting to hear who the quarterback is, because our system is our system.
But you know who's going to start already.
No, we know that I'm going to wait to the end. Am I leaning one way or the other based on all the information gathered? Maybe, but
okay.
But it's we are going to wait until tomorrow morning and see how he feels when he wakes up.
Why do you believe this offensive line will be better?
It's we've got a good group, right? You bring in Lincoln and you look at McGovern, you got Vera Tucker, so the interior is better than it's been, and George was really good a year ago, and Dwayne's been really good. So he's in his career. It's just a matter of those guys getting that continuity, and if we can stay healthy, there are five guys. Those are five guys who have all played at a very high level in this league. And if we can just get them to play with that unity or that unified, that gel, if you will, that an O-line needs, you feel like that as individuals are really good, they can be really good as a unit. And it's just a matter of getting them time together to gel.
Did you have to deal with maybe George Fant being a little chap moving from the left to the right? Is that something that you had to deal with internally?
Yeah, I mean he wants to play left tackle. He made it very clear. He had a lot of success as a left tackle, but George's greatest curse is also his greatest blessing is his greatest curse, in that he's uber athletic, and he has the versatility to play left. He can play right. He can play tight end. He can play guard. He can play whatever you want him to play. Put him in at fullback, and he'll figure out how to get it done. He can play three technique, so he can do a lot of things. And his frustration is he would like to find a home, because it is a contract year for him, and he does want to get paid. But in my mind, looking at George, I mean, if with all the versatility he has, he's already dominated at left for a year, and if he can do it again at right, it only makes him more valuable. And so for a guy like George, what I love about him is that he is able to set aside all those frustrations, and he has been nothing but team since that decision's been made, and he's been grinding, trying to find ways to get healthy. He's been rehabbing and getting his treatment. Nothing's changed with his work ethic, and I'm excited for him, because I think he's going to have a great year at right tackle, and the sky's the limit for him.
When we spoke at camp, you don't want to put wins and losses on things. You just want to see progress. What will it look like to the average fan, Coach, that this team is going in the right direction, just beyond the winning and losing of a game?
Oh, man, that's a great question. We always talk about our style of play. We talk about what is when the lights are off, there is no announcer, and your opponent is watching your tape, and it's dark, there's no sound. What are they seeing? And what they're seeing is our style. And you want them to see us play with unbelievable effort. You want them to see us play with great precision, which is our technique. And you want them to see the violence at which we do things. And if we can show, and those are things we got full control over. And if we can do that play in and play out, and we pop off the tape, my hope is that you can see that at home, sitting on your television, or sitting at home watching the game on the tube. It's the same thing, and just more consistency with our style of play, down in and down out for 4 quarters. playing to the best of our ability.
All right, before we let you go, I'm wondering, Coach, Zach missed essentially the whole preseason schedule. Does that matter? Does it affect chemistry? Does it affect timing? Is there a negative to the fact that Zach had to have his knee taken care of?
Yeah, it's always anytime you miss practice reps. Like maybe I'm old school, maybe I'm not. I don't know. But the best way to get good at football is to play football, and you can't play football by yourself. You have to play it with other people. You can't go to a gym and just shoot baskets. You can't go to a golf course or to a driving range and hit golf balls. You've got to play with other people. And you're right, he has missed all those opportunities, but at the same time, Zach is our future. We all recognize he's our future, and getting him healthy is of the utmost importance. And when he is healthy, he's going in. We're putting him in, and we're going to continue to develop the future of our organization.
Good luck against the Ravens. Good luck this season. We look forward to talking to you every Monday, and we really hope that you do well, Coach. Thank you.
No, thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
You got it. That's Robert Saleh. I am convinced he knows exactly who's starting. I think it's all a game. I mean, because what's going to happen while Zach sleeps tonight? I mean, a lot of things could happen, but I mean, what's going to happen that's going to affect him on the field? Nothing. He knows whether he's healthy enough to play or not. He knows. And it is part of a game, because you can't tell me that preparing for Zach Wilson is not different than preparing for Joe Flacco. Because the Ravens know Joe Flacco better than anybody. So if they're lulled into thinking it's Joe Flacco, they're not going to off-schedule deals. They're not going to worry about that. They could have to worry about that with Zach Wilson.
I think he probably knows the percentages and figures that it's probably Flacco, but wants to hold out hope. It's only Monday. They're not playing until Tuesday.
Tuesday.
It feels like Monday because we were off yesterday, but still a week of practice preparing for Sunday, so he's not going to rule out the possibility that Wilson, wakes up tomorrow, feels great, can integrate him in, and on Friday, just, hey, he's ready, let's go. But he probably, given truth serum, would admit that those percentages are probably pretty low.
He's going to announce it tomorrow morning. That's what I'm saying. He's going to say who's starting tomorrow morning. What could change between 5:25 now and tomorrow morning when he announces it? He knows exactly who's starting.
Probably. I was just trying to play devil's advocate.
And it's all part of the football game.
Well, but again, what kind of football game is it? Like the Ravens are probably...
If you can gain 1% of an advantage over the Ravens by waiting,
but the thing is,
you're going to wait.
The Ravens were off today too, most likely. But
Lamar Jackson's starting.
Well, no, but my point is that from a prep standpoint, all right? I don't think the Ravens have done a lot of work on the Jets to where they can't make the adjustment once they find out who the quarterback is tomorrow morning.
No, but they are doing game planning, so they're going to waste all that time they're doing game planning for the guy that's not playing.
Well, they probably game plan for Fly. You can game plan for both, Michael, but the real work on Wednesday, Thursday, in preparation for the game, they already know who the starting quarterback is. So really, what gamesmanship, what advantage did you really gain? Like, do you think you've given Harbaugh and the Ravens like a headache? Like, I don't know what to do here. They're still going to find out on Wednesday morning. They have all day Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and the walkthrough on Saturday to prepare for who he announces as the quarterback.
In all the years you've covered sports, have you ever come across people that are more anal than professional football coaches?
No, they're number one.
They're number one. So if they think it's 0.5% of an advantage, he's going to wait. He could have told us today. Could have given us a little scoop.
No, he chose not to.
I'm going to wait till tomorrow, after he wakes up.
It is annoying, right?
It's very annoying.
And the hard part is, we're giving them a hard time. We're asking you to give us something because we know that if the season starts and they're not good and they're losing games, we all know how little we get come Monday. It becomes like pulling teeth.
And we're not dentists.
No.
I got to take a segment of the Yankee fan base to task when we get back.
Really?
I'm going to lose friends. I'm going to lose followers, and I might even lose listeners.
Well, I don't know. Then you know what? I need to stop it.
No,
you can't do it. I'm not going to allow you to do it.
I'm a truth spitter. Always have been.
But if it's at the expense of losing all the things that you outlined, I'm going to demand that you don't do it.
But maybe I'll gain other people.
That's the thing. He has to tell the truth. It's his nature.
Right. And if that costs us listeners, then I'm sorry.
If the last 5 minutes didn't prove that, Peter.
What does that mean?
Meaning just how you're upset about Saleh not telling us who the starting quarterback is.
Because I know that he knows.
I know, and it bothers you because you don't like people not telling the truth.
I love truth.
Is that our first drop since he's returned?
I love truth.
But I still have Twitter. Anyway, 1-800-919-3776. It's Kayla Greco-Rosenberg and you on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael Kay Show is brought to you in part by Audi. Experience a fully electric Audi vehicle at your local Tri-State Audi dealer today.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn. And here's a horse's jump. Maverick is moving up the outside. And there waits your bus track. It's Maverick coming down to the 8th hole.
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
These days, it feels like everything is 20% more expensive. But right now at Domino's, you can get 20% off the entire menu when you order online. That means 20% off specialty pizzas, mouth-watering wings, stuffed cheesy bread, and everything else for a limited time only at Domino's.
At DraftKings Casino, we give credit where credit is due, in the form of credit. Sign up with DraftKings Casino and get up to $50 in free credits when you deposit $25. That's like extra credit. Download the DraftKings Casino app or play online today. Deposit $25 and get up to $50 in free credits to use on any game. Now, roll credits.
Every Sunday, watch the Yes Hyundai Sunday Game of the Week. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers and the stylish all-wheel drive Hyundai Tucson. Test drive one today or visit us at buyhyundai.com.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
When I was younger, I may have did some stupid things, even committed some crimes, even got shot, but I'm not a criminal.
I work for youth advocate programs, yeah. I was Tamani's advocate, helping him stay out of jail, stay in the neighborhood, and get a job.
As a little kid, I experienced trauma and I acted out. I made some mistakes, but I'm not a mistake.
No, she's a good student and a great kid. As Jalen's YAP advocate, I'm always here for her.
Lots of times I'm told what I can't do. What's impossible for people like me is enough to make you lose hope, but I am not helpless.
No way. We're working together to help Gavin see his talents and his future.
YAP is a community-based alternative to youth incarceration, congregate placement, and neighborhood violence. After completing our program, 86% of participants were living in their communities, arrest-free.
And now, I'm a YAP advocate, helping kids like me find a better way.
Youth advocate programs. Others talk social change. We make it happen.
We are cyclists. We come from Uganda, Rwanda,
Kenya.
We use tech to become Team Amani, show what we can do, make connections. We've gone far, but someday, when anyone can be in any room and everyone can compete, we'll go much farther. Everybody will.
Welcome to Thursday Night Football, only on Prime Video.
Play for the guy beside you. Play for this stadium. Let's go, baby.
Thursday night is now the prime night of football.
Deep downfield, got it, touchdown.
Legendary players, amazing matchups, a new era begins. The prime night of football, only on Prime Video.
10 years ago, we started Untuck out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. It's been quite a journey. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. With great fabrics and design at the perfect untucked length, so you can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Just look for our signature sale. Untuck It, 10 years in the making, and we're nowhere close to stopping. Shop our Labor Day sale today at untuckit.com.
You see, son, with a little elbow grease, you can do just about anything.
Thanks, Dad.
That's right, Robert. And it's never too early to learn you could save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
That's right, Jamie. But it's not just about savings. It's about the friends we make along the way.
You said it, Flo. And don't forget to floss before you brush. Your gums will thank you.
That's right, Dr. Gary.
Jamie?
Sorry, I had another thought, so I got back in line.
What was it?
I can't remember.
Just another color.
Chris Sheeran back here in our Yes Network studios. The Yankees taking game one of their 4-game set with the Twins is brought to you by Montefiore Einstein, state-of-the-art healthcare in New York City, Westchester, and the Hudson Valley. The Yankees got on the board first and doubled their lead in the third. Marwin Gonzalez with a solo shot here over the short porch and right. His first start since August 22nd and his first homer since June 28th. Top 5, we had ourselves a ball game. Gary Sanchez absolutely mashes that Jameson Tyone pitch. 473 feet, almost completely over the left field bleachers, and he ties the game at 2 with his 14th of the year. Aaron Judge had the answer, though, in the 6th, giving him 40 more homers than his former teammate, and more importantly, giving his team a 2-run lead, breaking the tie. Judge's 54th. Isaiah Kiner Falefa, he tacked on a little insurance here in the 7th with a solo homer of his own. His 2nd of the season. Yankees up 5-2, and they go on to win it by the same count. Now back to Judge. Through 135 team games, he is spot on with Babe Ruth's pace in 1921. Judge will get 8 more games than the Babe that season, and he is a homer ahead of Roger Maris's pace in 1961. Let's not forget, Maris didn't hit his 54th until game number 140. Judge tied Alex Rodriguez for the most homers by a Yankee righty and is just 8 away from setting a new American League and franchise record.
Well, all season long, listen to 98.7 ESPN for ESPN's Sunday Night Baseball, brought to you by Nissan. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at nissanusa.com. All right, so I promised I would talk about this, and I'm going to, and it's going to fall under the heading of today's Diamond Notes, brought to you by Nissan. So the Yankees have been struggling. Nobody's going to deny it. And they have not been, I would say, fun to consume because they don't score. So that makes it a boring watch. Except that the broadcasters are extraordinary. But anyway,
tremendous
it's a boring watch when you don't score runs. But I saw a whole segment of people on social media, Yankee fans, I'm giving air quotes right now if you're listening on the radio, that's it. I'm not watching this team the rest of the year. I'm done with them. Then you're a clown and you've never been a fan. Because, I'm sorry, being a fan does not mean that you get a guaranteed 120-win season. It's the ups and downs of a franchise, and you stay with it as a fan. Just because the team doesn't play well, you can't say you're done with them. You just can't. Then you're not a fan.
You're not a fan, and that's where I get spoiled from. Yankee fans tell me, you're saying we're spoiled. Well, obviously you're spoiled. You got a first-place team. I'm not saying you have to be ecstatic for the situation that they're in. And I think sometimes fans in general, but specific to the Yankees, because that's the topic, is they almost want to be right than have their team win and be wrong. I told you this team wasn't any good. I told everything's coming the roots. Like, do you want to be right, or would you want to root for a team that's in first place that still can win a championship? Now, it's not looking good right now, but they still can win. So what will all these people do, Michael, if they won the championship?
No, they're out. They can't get back on the train. No, you can't come back. You said I'm done.
But you know
You're
they
out.
will. But you know they will.
But, I mean, consider the arrogance. Yeah, they played terribly. I'm not even going to try to put lipstick on a pig because I do tell the truth. It's been awful to watch. But they're still in first place, and you just wipe your hands of it? That's it. I'm done. I'm not watching this team. I'm so aggravated. Then you're a clown. You don't know what a fan is.
Listen, I think you're allowed to say it. I don't think you're allowed to do it. It's absolutely at a certain point. I understand that I'm done with this. I get that. But then if you're really a fan, you keep watching.
Michael, we asked this question when you were away, right, Peter? I think it was like a couple of weeks ago. We ran it up the poll. And I Yankee fans thought it was a ridiculous question, but you tell me if it's ridiculous or not. If you're a Yankee fan, would you want to see this team win? Or would you want to see this team lose so they clean house? Like, the question was framed this way. I guarantee you're going to make the playoffs, but I can't guarantee you're going to make a run. Or you're going to completely collapse and they'll clean house. Now, it ended up being pretty significant in favor of them going to the playoffs, but there was still, like 27% that said they're root for them to lose so they can clean house. Like, there's always going to be that segment of the population, Michael. Do you think that's a ridiculous question?
No, because here's another thing I would warn everybody. So everybody's on the fire Cashman train right now. And Brian made some dubious moves. I'm not going to sit here and defend the Gallo trade, the Minnesota Twin trade. I'm not going to, because I don't think they were good, and I didn't think they were good when they did them. But you think that if Brian Cashman is not running the Yankees next year, Don and Peter, you think they're going to have Jack McKeon up in the office smoking a cigar? It's going to be another analytic person. It's going to be a continuation of the way the team is run, because that's the way baseball is right now. So if you think all of a sudden it's going to change if they get rid of Cashman and Boone, they'll bring in another analytic guy, probably somebody that's on his staff right now, and it's going to be another manager that's going to be beholden to the numbers that are brought down to him. Period. It's not going to be a seismic change.
Well, I gotta tell you this too, Michael. To defend those Yankee fans, not the ones that want to give up on the team, but for the ones that are just like disgusted that this team is what it is, even though they still finish above 500 every single year and they're relevant every single year, is just, it comes from the organization. This is the byproduct of, I don't want to win a championship. I want to win championships. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds to people when the team played the way they did in July and August? Like, isn't that an arrogance, Michael, that the Yankees have, that they're talking about championships when they can't win the first one?
Well, that comment was made on this show now 6 years ago.
I understand. But it continues to build. But we had Brian Cashman on when you were away, Michael. I don't know if you heard it, but the conversation with Brian is about all the championships they didn't win. Like, he won't even celebrate the 4 championships in 5 years. I tried to give him an out about how much more difficult it is to do it now than it was back then. And he's like, you know what I think about, Don? I think about 02 when we should have beat the Angels. I think about 03 when we should have beat the Marlins. I think about 04 when we should have beat the Red Sox. Well, when you talk like, when you're an organization that expected to win 8 straight World Series, which is inconceivable, then how do you think the fans look at it when you can't even win the damn first one? So I kind of blame the Yankees for this attitude that their fans have, because they've set this mission statement, it's championship or bust.
Yeah, but I buy that, Don, but I don't buy this. Like, if they go into the playoffs and they lose in the first round, you have every right to be angry, especially with a team started. They have a $238 million payroll, highest payroll they've ever had. I get it. But to say in July, because they're losing and playing terribly, that's it, I'm done. I'm not going to watch this team anymore. You're a clown. That's not what a fan is.
Of course.
Imagine if every Jet fan said that or every Knick fan said that. Both teams wouldn't have fans.
But to Peter's point, they're not going to do it.
No, they're going to say.
All I could do is tell you what they said.
Because you treat words as tools.
Because I will tell you, Michael, if they win the championship, they'll probably break the record for fans at the Canyon Heroes for the parade.
Yep.
Because that's how fans are. They get frustrated. And listen, I don't know what percentage there are, because I'm sure there's like 75% of the Yankee fans who think all these other people are yo-yos. But these are the people that tweet. These are the people that call. We went through it all summer, Michael. I was envious of you. Right, Peter? All we did, take phone calls.
What, you were envious that I was in a contract snafu and a suspension and maybe a nervous breakdown?
Because it all worked itself out. Because listen, I would show concern and I would turn on yes and see you call a fabulous game and not be concerned anymore.
Right.
So
that was a hologram.
And listen, I don't get you. You've told me many times to stay out of your pocket. So what do I care about the contract negotiations? And as far as the nervous breakdown, and everything was fine when I saw you call a game. You called some great games.
I'm very stout. I can work through things. That's today's Diamond Notes, brought to you by Nissan. Nissan, you deserve a car that thrills you. And Nissan's got an exciting full lineup that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at nissanusa.com. I think I should give you the Met lineup now, right? I mean, that's only fair.
I think it's the only game we got tonight.
I can tell you some of the Met lineup.
Well, all right. Let me read the.
Peter could do the first four. Like it was nobody's
Today's
business.
Mets starting lineup is brought to you by Nissan. Go, Petey.
Brandon Nimmo leading off and playing center.
Very good.
Starling Marte will be batting second, playing right.
How about the thirst trap that he tweeted out yesterday?
Who? Starling?
Oh my goodness.
The ball player? What did he do?
Nude. A towel around his waist. The guy's built like an Adonis.
Wow, he's really taking the nickname the ball player seriously.
And he's like facing the city of Pittsburgh, so he's up against the window of the hotel, and he's got a beautiful room service breakfast behind him. It was a thirst trap. Take a look. You'll love it.
Well, Francisco Lindor will be playing short and batting third. Pete Alonso, the first baseman, will be batting cleanup. And now is where it's always a guess. Fifth is like the roulette of the Mets team. Who do you got?
We have a second baseman in fifth, and that's Jeff McNeil.
Oh, Jeff McNeil up in fifth. Wow.
Then big Daniel Vogelback.
I'm a big boy.
Yeah, the DH will bat sixth.
Mark Conha?
Yeah, he's in left field batting seventh.
Edgardo Escobar.
Third baseman batting eighth. And batting ninth, you don't have a drop on this because it hasn't been a good year.
Yeah.
The catcher, James McCann.
You give good. I got to tell you, being at the City Field twice over the last week, because I went to Old Timers Day, which is fabulous, by the way. They did a great job.
Second time you've said it.
Yeah, I'm going to keep saying it because, I know I mentioned Mets during a Yankee show, but, give them some time.
Wow.
And then Sunday is that, Peter, if tons of Vogelback jerseys and the over-under for like $3 Like you cannot
$300 for the jersey,
no,
or they're
meaning
big jerseys?
meaning the people wearing the jersey are
north of
300. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, nobody skinny is going to buy that jersey. He is a friend of the fat. He is just that's
I like that.
And that's why he's embraced, because we all have a little Vogelback in us, a little bit more than we really want.
Some of us more than others.
Right,
yeah.
right.
I got to tell you, this is a terrible thing to say. So I walked into the Met Clubhouse during the Subway Series, and Vogelback is sitting on the couch. I had no idea he was a player. I said, who is this guy? Who's this media guy who feels like it's okay to sit on the couch? It was Vogelback. I mean, he's enormous. He's a big man.
No, he's a big one. There's no question. And his fans, his I don't know what you would want, the Vogies, are bigger than he is.
Well, maybe the backs. Anyway, that's today's Mets starting lineup, brought to you by Nissan. You deserve a car that thrills you. And Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at nissanusa.com. Take some phone calls. We have a big ENN planned as well. It's Kayla Greco-Rosenberg and you right here on the Great Yes Network and the Great 98.7 ESPN.
This program is brought to you in part by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play.
One shake and cats come running.
No matches.
So be careful what you shake.
Run away!
Temptations cat treats. All it takes is a shake.
Here or there, live or on the go, day or night, spin the reels or just chill. Hard Rock Atlantic City is everywhere. Take me to Hard Rock Online Casino and Sportsbook. Get 50 free spins and up to $1,000 bonus match. Download now.
Some repairs you don't see coming. Other repairs you can plan. RockAuto.com has parts for the expected and unexpected.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
You hear the sound of thunder.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
You hear it coming closer and closer and closer. You hear the sound of thunder.
Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. Prediabetes does. One in 3 adults has prediabetes, and you could be one of them. There are usually no signs for prediabetes, so it's important to understand your risk. With early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed, and you can change the outcome. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test today. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org.
Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy. If I had a day that I could give you, I'd give to you a day just like today.
It's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn, and here's a horse and jump. That race is moving up the outside. And they're into the track. It's in Maverick coming down to the 8th hole. Liberty Bell takes it. What's the one run? He comes down to the line again. There, and shoots over the goal. He's the rider, and
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
There's a $10 million fantasy football tournament live on Underdog Fantasy, and you can draft your team right now. Football season never ends on Underdog. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com to find out more.
With Drizzly, I can shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor. I just open the app, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes. Drizzly also lets me shop from multiple stores in my area and compare prices on thousands of products.
Ding dong, Drizzly.
When you support City Harvest, you feed hope, love, and joy. You feed confidence, community, and comfort. You feed health, strength, and spirit. When you support City Harvest, you do more than just provide hundreds of millions of pounds of food to millions of hungry New Yorkers. When you support City Harvest, you feed good.
The stadium has come alive.
That's right. This was a fun game to watch.
Up for grabs. And he knew it. The crowd knew it.
The Yankee fans will remember for a long time.
Towing the slab and the boogie down.
You saw him do the gritty. I love it. I love it.
There's his walk-off home run. What a blast by Judge.
Oh, this is pretty sweet right here.
Chris Sheeran back here in our Yes Network studios. The NFL kicks off its 2022 season in just 2 more sleeps, boys and girls, when the defending champion Rams host one of the favorites in the AFC this year, the Buffalo Bills. Now, in order to get off on the right foot this season, Buffalo will have to bring their A game, obviously, Thursday night. That starts with quarterback Josh Allen. Became the first player in the history of the league to throw for over 4,000 yards and rush for over 750 yards in a single season. Rams quarterback Matt Stafford is a game changer as well. In 12 years with the Lions, let's not forget he made just 3 playoff appearances, and Detroit lost all 3 of those wild card matchups last season with LA. He won 4 playoff games in 1 postseason. This should be a dandy to kick off the 2022 season for the league, and we are just a couple of days away.
All right, listen up, Jet fans. The Jets' regular season kicks off on Sunday, September 11th at MetLife Stadium. Be there for the 2022 home opener when the Jets take on the Ravens at 1 p.m. Be caller number 1 right now at 888-987-ESPN, and you're going to score a pair of tickets. It's that easy. Brought to you by the New York Jets. Secure your seats now at nyjets.com/tickets. For full contest rules, go to ESPNNewYork.com. Let's take some phone calls. Let's go to Harry in Skenetal. Is that how we pronounce that?
I don't know.
Hey, Harry. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Skinny Atlas.
Skinny
New
Atlas,
York.
okay.
It's up by Syracuse.
Gotcha.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for making it.
I'd like to get your thoughts with regard to a comparison of Donaldson versus Urshela. I mean, you know, home runs, RBIs, pretty much even up. Batting average, Urshela's got him by like 40 points.
Yep.
He's making like 20% of what Donaldson's contract is. He's younger. And yesterday you made a comment that the Yankees appear to be happy with the defense of Donaldson. And, you know, he's a good defensive player. But I used to love watching Urshela play. There's a highlight film every week. So it's hard for me to buy that, you know, there's an improvement there defensively.
Well, one thing, Harry, there's a vast improvement because, you know, it seems like Urshela cheats the eye. Because when you look at the defensive metrics, he's really bad in all of them. And the Yankees took note of that. And the combination of DJ LeMahieu at third and Josh Donaldson at third, they pretty much play all the games, either one of them, is either number 1 or 2 in the entire major leagues in defense. Donaldson has had a tremendous year defensively. Now, of late, he's made a couple of errors, might be in a defensive slump, but overall, he's been stupendous. But the problem is that Urshela, who probably makes 20%, as you said, of the $25 million that Donaldson makes, has been better offensively. And I don't think the Yankees expected that. They expected more out of Donaldson. Donaldson has not been the offensive. He's hitting under 220. That's not him. I really like the guy. He's great with the media. He's one of the few players that you walk by him, he'll go, hey, how you doing? I mean, I really mean how you doing. He's a good guy. But he's having a bad year offensively. He'd be the first to tell you. So there is a big difference defensively. You can't argue that, Harry. It's right there in the stats. He's better than Urshela. Now, is he $20 million better and another $25 million next year? I don't know about that. Could you have gotten a better shortstop as a free agent? And not even the top flight ones, because obviously they didn't want to go long-term deal. Could you have gotten a Jose Iglesias or somebody like that kind of shortstop? Yeah, I think it could have for like probably $4 or $5 million, if that, and probably give you a little bit more pop at shortstop. But they wanted IKF. Everybody said, well, he won a Gold Glove. He won a Gold Glove at third. He didn't win a Gold Glove at short. Let's go to Max in Woodmere. Max.
Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'd just like to vent for a second. Now,
Go
I'm
for
not
it.
ruling out this team yet because, you know, we've had a lot of injuries. But the bottom line is, you know, what happened to the sense of urgency to the New York Yankees team? Back in the day, a team that played this poorly, I mean, you're looking at what? DJ LeMahieu has won for his last 25. Josh Donaldson's batting, 220 on the year?
Yep.
Gleyber Torres batting 240, you know, and you've won 10 of your last 25 games.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened to, you know, back in the day, George Steinbrenner walks through this clubhouse and he puts a sense of urgency into this team. This team is not a good team right now.
Yeah, but Max, you sound like you're a good fan. You're almost like saying that you can yell at the heavy-set kid and tell him to climb the rope at gym. If he can't climb the rope, he can't climb the rope. The Yankees are not sending a good lineup out. They can't win with this lineup. They can't win consistently. So George Steinbrenner sauntering through the Yankee clubhouse yelling at them, it can't make them play better. They're not a good offensive team right now. You just said all the reasons why. Everybody wants us to go back to the days of George. It's not like that anymore. Tell me the owner who does that. And how's it working out for Jerry Jones?
Tell me the sport where it works, Michael, honestly. I mean, I'm not going to get back into the conversation we had while you were gone about if George were here, Maybe if George were here, Judge would be gone. You know, who knows? But There's a reason why Aaron Boone is the manager of this team, because they don't want somebody that's going to be a disciplinarian. Otherwise, they would have kept Girardi. So don't you see that it's moved on to a different direction? Hal is not George. Now, that's bad in some ways, but it's also very good in others. But where does that work, Michael? Who does that? Where in this
Nobody does
in
it.
sport? Who does that?
Nobody. And you know who does it? Nick Saban. Because those kids are beholden to him. He actually makes more than them.
Well, you show me where the Earl Weaver is. You show me where the Bill Parcells is.
Doesn't exist.
And that's by design, Michael, because players nowadays don't respond to that. You know what happens when they get together and then they get the manager fired?
It might be the last Mohegan. The last of the Mohegans could be Bill Belichick.
Right, and because you can hear his rings jingling and jangling.
Right.
And by the way, that's going to come to an end at some point, too.
Absolutely, Peter.
It might be
clear.
now.
I think it's starting to turn.
It's a little different with Mac Jones than it was with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Now, they were all right last year, but what if they get completely mopped in the playoffs again, lose 45-3 again this year? You think people won't be saying the same thing?
We're in a different era, everybody. You want to know how different it is? And I mentioned this on the TV yesterday. I don't know if you guys heard. So, Josh Donaldson hits a ball off the wall in the first inning. Scores Aaron Judge. Now, Josh Donaldson, again, at that point was hitting .218. And he's styling out of the box. He gets thrown out of second base by, I'd say, 15 feet. Smiling, joking about it, does push-ups at third base because he knew he did something wrong. I mean, if this was the old days, you take him out of the game. And then we had a shot of Aaron Boone actually slapping 5 with Donaldson an inning later. You can't have that. But the players run sports now. That's why managers don't do that. And also, in fairness to Aaron Boone, they don't have a bench right now. So the move they would have to make was put IKF at third and then bring in Peraza to play shortstop. But that was left without any kind of discipline at all. If I'm a manager, even now, I would say, unless you hit the ball like Gary Sanchez did, 473 feet, if you style and the ball is still in the ballpark, you are coming out of the game and you're getting fined. We'll see how much they style. And I understand let the kids be the kids. I get it. Let them have fun. Let them style. But when you style, that ball better be over the wall. It better not hit the wall and cost you a base. When the Yankees are at an unbelievable point, a tipping point of scoring runs, and you get thrown out at second base by 15 feet because you were admiring a ball that went off the wall and not over it, and you want them to have George saunter through. Well, the manager doesn't even do it when the guy does that. So what would George do? I don't think the organization would not be analytically driven like George if George was here. But we got to stop with if George was here. I mean, the man's been gone for over 12 years. It's unfair to him. It's a different sport. Hal Steinbrenner is working with salary caps, or not caps, but taxes, losing draft picks if you go over those taxes. George never had to deal with that. It's a different sport. But you know what remains the same, though, Don?
ENN.
The brilliance of ENN.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry, I forgot
I
brilliance.
knew you knew. I knew you knew.
How could you not know? Everybody who listens to radio in New York knows. It's the most popular segment in the city. It drives this show.
Thank you. Wow. That's sweet of you. Very sweet.
It's the
It's
reason
amazing
he's
how
the
good
reason.
it is.
It's the reason. It's the reason I'm the reason. That's right. In other words, Michael gets credit for me being the reason. What you're saying.
That's a whole other story.
No, I'm not taking credit. You're the reason.
But you invented ENN.
Yeah, but you so like Thomas Edison invented the light bulb.
Similar.
Should he take credit for fluorescent lighting? No. You've turned ENN into fluorescent lighting.
It's such a wow. That takes you back.
Thank you.
All right, so here you go. There's a lot of pressure coming up. ENN with Peter on Yes at 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael Kay Show on Yes is presented by Untuck It. Shirts designed to be worn untucked. Shop now at untuckit.com.
10 years ago, we started Untuck It out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. But we didn't stop with shirts. We also created so much more, from polos to sweaters to pants. We even have a line just for her. so everyone can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Shop our Labor Day sale today at untuckit.com.
A Cadillac is more than a statement. It's a celebration of self-expression and a declaration of your independence. So choose to be bold and choose to be exactly who you are.
Get 2.99% APR for 60 months plus $500 purchase allowance on the 2022 Cadillac XT4, XT5, and XT6. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
Drizzly makes it easy to shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor from wherever I am. I just open the app, find what I want, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes.
Drizzly. Ding dong, Drizzly.
At DraftKings Casino, we give credit where credit is due, in the form of credit. Sign up with DraftKings Casino and get up to $50 in free credits when you deposit $25. That's like extra credit. Download the DraftKings Casino app or play online today. Deposit $25 and get up to $50 in free credits to use on any game. Now, roll credits.
Find it. Find it. Try it. Paint it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Riders, let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn. And here's a horse and jump. Maverick is moving up the outside. And they're racing on the stretch. It's Maverick coming down to the 8th hole.
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
Anthony Johnson with 19 points. Carter the steal. Goes behind the back. Carter. Oh, no! Off balance baseline delivery. Vince Carter. He just put 3 points on the board. On the alley-oop, Jefferson hammers it down. Critical possession here. Trying to get some breathing room. Carter on a switch. Drives by O'Neal for the bucket. Johnson, a 3. He's got 40. Nets clinging to a 2-point lead. Johnson on a crossover. Johnson, the bank shot doesn't go. O'Neal gathers, rejected by Jefferson. Oh, what a defensive play by RJ. The Nets close out the Indiana Pacers and advance to the second round.
You hear the sound of thunder.
He's not just on pace to get the 61. He's on pace to shatter that home run record, shatter it. See ya. Home run, Aaron Judge.
This dude is absolutely incredible.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
The Yes app is your home for streaming the Yankees on Yes.
And that ball is gone.
Don't miss an inning of the action anywhere you go.
He makes the play.
Yankees baseball, streaming on the Yes app. Presented by Miller Lite.
It's just another color.
Hey everyone, welcome to ENN
on TV.
Ray Rowe. I'd like to start off tonight's very special ENN by saying good evening to Michael.
I love truth.
And good evening to Don.
So I decided to try to choke him out.
And good evening to Don again.
He is a friend of the fat.
And lastly, good evening to myself. It's a full day, but it's not K. Oh, and one more time, good evening to Michael.
I'm a truth spitter.
A lot has happened on the program, including our conversation with Bob Saleh, who worked all of us. Michael asked what Wilson's status is for this weekend.
All right, so are you going to go by the decision of discretion is the better part of valor, and it's better to sit him down and just have Joe Flacco play the game, or if he is in fact ready, that you want him out there?
Yeah, I'm going to stand by what we talked about. You know, it's if he feels 100% and everything checks out, he's going to play. So it just all depends on tomorrow.
Well, Mr. Miyagi, rub those hands
depends
together.
on what happens in bed tonight.
Miyagi!
Oh, that's what you think. You think Saleh tonight's going to go full Miyagi and give him like the hot hand rub on the muscle?
Well, listen, I don't know if I put it that way.
It's his knee. I don't think he has to go near the muscle. That would be too much.
Listen.
Wait, excuse me?
Come on.
It's his knee.
Right.
That's right.
The knee area,
There's
the knee region.
Yeah.
There's no happy organ involved. It's all about the knee. And do the Miyagi, and that's what he's holding out hope for. But I don't think it's going to happen.
Now, I got to tell you one thing. I don't know if you guys agree with me. A guy that we all love, Mark Cannizzaro.
Sure.
Wrote that no matter what, you've got to start Flacco. I couldn't disagree more.
Yeah,
if in fact Zach Wilson is healthy, then you start. If he's not healthy, I get it. Then you do start Flacco. But it almost seemed like, just let him sit this game and watch. No, this year is all about Zach Wilson.
But what's the logic he's using? Is the logic about winning the game, or is the logic about protecting Zach because he won't be ready to come back and jump into full speed?
I think it's the latter. And if he's not 100%, then don't play him. But I think he made it seem like just give him one more week, even if he's right. No. And I couldn't believe that Saleh didn't answer the question that no matter what, even if Flacco comes out and goes 4-0, it's got to be Zach Wilson's job.
I didn't like that answer. I'm glad you brought that up. Because if he's your quarterback.
He's your quarterback.
He's your quarterback. And the best thing that can happen to Zach Wilson is to play. Right? He didn't get to play a full season last year. And when he did play, let's be honest, it wasn't good. He was outplayed by Mike White. So now he's entering his second year. They got him a bunch of weapons, an upgraded offensive line, and now he's got to play. Now, it doesn't look like he's going to play on Sunday. There's 16 other opportunities. He's got to play. They've got to find out what they have. Because believe it or not, Michael, before you know it, that fifth-year option's going to come up, and you're going to be in the same boat you were with Sam Darnold, the same boat the Giants are in with Daniel Jones. He's got to play. You got to find out what you have. If every time Flacco plays, it's a detriment to their future quarterback. Because Joe Flacco's not winning you a Super Bowl, Michael. He might win you a couple of games and help you out. But in the long run, you got to find out what your quarterback can do.
And think about it. When the Giants finally forced Eli into playing, Kurt Warner, who had won a Super Bowl and was headed to the Hall of Fame, was actually playing pretty well. And it was the first year of Eli's development. They had to get Eli in. Don's right. This is year 2. You have to make decisions at the end of year 3 about what you're doing with that 5th year. He's got to play no matter what the record is.
Dan Graziano on KJM earlier says he doesn't expect Wilson to play Sunday.
They are not going to put him on the field until they're 100% sure that knee is all right. If he has to miss a game or 2, that's okay. If he has to miss 12 or 15 games, that's a disaster. So I still think it's most likely to be Flacco, and we'll probably find that out for sure here in the next couple days.
And
maybe it's possible. Maybe he's making good progress. I think he's going to be okay. I think he's going to play early in the season, but I'd be surprised if it was this week.
Well, let's put it this way. If he's 100%, he should play. If he's not, he shouldn't. It's that easy. But if it's 100% and they don't play him just because they're being careful, that's bad.
But I didn't love that answer from Saleh when I painted the scenario.
No, I didn't like it either.
What if Flacco goes out, throws 4 touchdowns?
Well, that's a good problem to have.
Well, but it shouldn't be a problem. The answer should be when Wilson's healthy, he plays. He's our quarterback.
Automatic answer.
So now you've created, and I'm not saying he did it intentionally, but now what you kind of stir up is there a quarterback controversy? Now, I don't expect them to beat Baltimore. But let's say they do. Well, then I would think the Jets would be able to beat Cleveland without Deshaun Watson. So now you're 2-0. So now you got to play him in week. Now he's missing opportunities to play. Now what Dan Graziano says makes sense. You don't want to play him unless he's 100% because you don't want to hurt and damage his chances later in the season. But when this kid's healthy and ready to play, he plays. I don't care what Joe Flacco does. Period. Joe Flacco is not your future.
We're all on the same page, I think.
Guys, let's move on from the Bob Saleh of it all, if you will. And
so you
go to
call him
Brian.
Bob now. You're very comfortable with just Bob.
Yeah, well, we spent time with him at camp.
Here's the thing.
But that means you could call him Bob?
No, you missed some stuff over the summer. It's Bob Saleh. It's
Right.
the ball player. Do never say Starling Marte. I don't know what you're
his
talking
name's
about.
on-
He's the ball player.
That's it.
All right.
He doesn't need a name.
There's Donnie Baseball. There's Teddy Ball Game. There's the ball player.
Have you seen the ball players back yet? The picture I told you
I'm
about.
not interested.
Let me see.
You're not interested in that? And in Harry Styles. Great.
Well, he's consistent. Let's see.
It's under his Twitter handle, Starling Marte.
Starling.
It's a thirst trap. It's a suicide rap.
So this is the stuff that made A-Rod a bad guy, but everybody else can do it and it's fun. I just
don't
want to
see
get
it
that
on-
right.
I don't see it on Starling's page.
Oh, come on.
Swear, it's not there.
Well, maybe
His
he took
last-
it down.
His last post is from January 19th.
There's no way.
He's
It's
taking
his
it
announcement
down?
coming to the Mets.
They had to have taken it down then. Marte.
Yeah, maybe they didn't want the first trap there.
I can't believe they took it
Well,
down.
maybe you didn't look at the picture. Maybe there was something else going on in that room.
All right, okay, I found SNY still has it up.
Oh, okay.
You mean him shirtless with the towel?
Yeah, looking
And
out the
and
window.
Oh wow, and a delicious plate of pancake. Oh, that breakfast he's got looks incredible. I mean, it's not that crazy a thirst trap. It's just you got to be really into. I mean, he's in beautiful shape. The man is a gorgeous man.
It's a thirst trap. That's all it is. Why would you
But
tweet
it's not
that out?
It's not a crazy thirst trap, though. It's an interesting,
When is it from? I don't even see it on SNY. Or the-
Here, Don. I'm gonna send it to you.
Yeah, I'd like to see this just to find out why. Again, I'm not trying to be Mr. A-Rod defender. He's shirtless in Central Park and he's a piece of human garbage, right? No, I'm honest.
Peter, also, if you have it on an iPad there, take a close look at the gunk that he has on the pancakes.
Oh yeah, that's why I love him. This is my kind of guy. He's
There's
enjoying
a lot of ointment there.
Oh, it's butter, it's syrup,
It's
it's
blueberry
blueberries.
syrup, I think.
And I mean, look at the size of the sausage that he's about to consume. My God. Two of them. Two of them.
It's a very busy morning.
Do you see it, Don?
I'm just punching it up now. Peter sent it. Oh.
Obviously,
Don has to pull
Don
off
has dial-up.
No, he's pulling off his word processor.
No,
man.
come on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do a show here. Really, the breakfast is honestly way more impressive.
Well, yeah, because you're not attracted to men. I get it, but it's a thirst trap for women.
No, well, I'm gonna listen. We've already, ESPN's a rumor at this point, so I'm gonna just keep going.
I like a lot of guys.
He was entertaining. That's not all for him. Somebody got a nice breakfast.
Well, somebody had to take the picture. You're right, Don.
Yeah, I'm just saying that that's the Marte equivalent of the Jeter gift basket.
Which Derek denied.
I know he did. He can deny all he wants. I'm just saying that it's out there, and I'm just saying that I guess for the women in his life, they're guaranteed a really nice breakfast.
Did you, Don, like the Derek K-Rod appearance?
Yeah, it was solid. I don't know. Jeter has not come off great to me recently.
Go ahead.
No, I don't think he came off great in the doc. A little too much trying to be Jordan, and I don't know. Just stop already with the whole rivalry. What A-Rod said wasn't that bad. Give me a break. God, they make it seem like he said awful things about him. I mean, first of all, it's 20 years ago. Can we get over it already? God, I don't know. He's just.
But the fact that he showed up, that was.
Listen, I thought that was great, and it was great television. I'm just saying that. I don't. You said it yourself about the documentary. I don't think he came off great.
No, he came off as like he has things that bother him, and he complained about things. And I look at Derek and I say he has had one of the great American lives.
I mean, to make the rivalry between him, he's the one that's kind of keeping it alive. A-Rod's done everything to kind of patch everything up. And Derek still, if the fact that he's still put off by that, to me, is a little much, don't you think?
You know what? The fact, well, he holds a grudge. We showed the Sports Illustrated cover with the short sauce without their shirt, which he wasn't pleased about. And Derek said, that was the last shot. I didn't want to do it. They convinced me to do it. And then Alex just chimes in and goes, yeah, no one wanted to do it. It wasn't a real big hit. And then I took it a step further and went on a rock in Central Park. He knows how to make fun of himself.
Yeah. It's just weird that, I guess it's a different time, too. But, like, the things that become so negative, the comments to Jeter, the shirt off with the... But when you look at it now, Michael, with athletes do, and is it that big of a deal? The things that athletes say about each other on podcasts and the pictures that they just send out on social media, you just wonder, like, boy, Alex was just born at the wrong time.
Now, I do have to tell you one quick inside story with it. So when we heard that Derek was going to be on the show, we thought it was going to be for an hour and a half, like 3 innings.
Okay.
And then, like 2 days before the show, we're told, both Alex and I, it's a 35-minute hard out. That's it. And, like, I was chapped because I thought we could really, do a 30 minutes.
An hour and a half, it gives you time to, like, settle in, get comfortable.
But, Peter, 30 minutes went by, and I said, nah, I got nothing else.
Hey.
Derek just doesn't expand on stuff. I said 30 minutes, he knew. 30 minutes was perfect.
No, that was perfect. And also, the game didn't help. I mean,
my goodness, fastest game of the year.
I mean, Joel Sherman couldn't get on. I never seen anything like it. You had what was it, Trot Nixon? Who did you have on at the end?
Kevin Youkilis.
Yeah, just like you had to. The game was
After
ending.
the game was over.
You were in the beginning of the interview, and you had another interview to go. Yankees, Red Sox. You think you're good for at least 3.5 hours.
Yeah, it was like 2.5 hours. It was unbelievable.
It was incredible how quick that game went.
Now, what did not go quickly was Friday night's Serena Williams match. It was the third round. Serena had won the first 2 rounds. In the second round, beating the second best player in the world, second ranked player in the world. And I was in the house on Friday night, guys. It was an incredibly interesting and tense experience. Let's hear from Serena Williams saying afterwards, it's been a fun ride.
It's been a fun ride, and it's been the most incredible ride and journey I've ever been on, in my life, and I'm just so grateful to every single person that's ever said go Serena in their life. I'm just so grateful.
If you went to that match, Peter, you must have had just great seats.
No, you'd be wrong.
So you were in the LaGuardia pattern?
Basically, let me put it this way. In my seats,
if the Mets don't win the National League,
I was able to, like, turn around and keep my eye on the Mets game. Okay?
Wow, that high.
Yeah. I was at the top of the stadium, but it was absolutely worth it. And a lot of people give me a hard time. I thought you liked to sit in good seats. Listen, I'm not a lunatic. There are certain events you're taking the seats that come your way. I wasn't going to miss it.
Where'd you get these seats?
My friend Joel at Heineken. He invited me on Sunday and to be in the Heineken suite, which was terrific. And on Thursday, on a whim, I was like, dude, if somehow you get a cancellation for tomorrow night, somehow. And he responded to me, LOL, okay. And then Friday afternoon comes and he hits me and he's like, I got 2. And I did everything. Well, wait, hold on one second. First of all, no, that would probably be tough. I mean, he does a great job, I'm sure, with Heineken. It's not the same as being the deputy commissioner of the NBA. But no, the suite that he gets me into is tremendous. It's just that these seats that he found for me just got me in the building. Here's Serena. Could she change her mind about retiring?
I've come a long way since last year at Wimbledon, just not sure if that was my last moment or not. And making it a different moment, I think, is much better. Yeah, and it takes a lot of work to get here. Clearly, I'm still capable, but it takes a lot more than that. I'm ready to be a mom and explore a different version of Serena. And technically, in the world, I'm still super young, so I want to have a little bit of a life while I'm still walking.
She'll play again.
You think she's playing?
Oh
again?
yeah, I would bet my significant life savings on it.
My feeling is that she may play another Grand Slam, but I think she will not play the U.S. Open again. I think she could play off the Australian, see how she does, and maybe close out by by finishing the French, something like that. But my hunch is that was the last U.S. Open. It was so intense, and also, Michael, so watched. How about this number, Don? We love to talk numbers on this show.
Sure.
On Friday night, the Serena Williams Tomljanovic match was the most watched ESPN tennis telecast on record. It peaked at 6.9 million viewers.
Holy crap.
They are going to miss her if it is in fact the end. Although, guys, they're actually getting kind of lucky. They got some interesting stuff going on. Tonight at 7 o'clock, Coco Gauff is playing. She's still playing. And Nick Kyrgios, who's one of the most watched and sort of talked about players in tennis, he beat Medvedev, and he plays tonight. So they do have some exciting things going on. But, man, you could sense the energy on Sunday. While it was fun, it couldn't compare to when she was playing on Friday night. Just couldn't.
Don't worry, she'll be back.
Yeah, I definitely got the same sense as Michael. This is the Undertaker.
Because she's never come out and said, this is the last match I'll ever play. She didn't say it. She wouldn't say it. She's very strategic, and she didn't say it.
Maybe she's just unwilling. She's scared to say it because it's too scary to acknowledge it. But I think there's a chance she just fades out here. You guys could be right. Let me put it this way. Would I be shocked? No. Do I agree with Don's sentiment earlier that I'm getting Undertaker vibes? Like she might appear at the next 6 U.S. Opens? No, I don't think that's the case either. She clearly doesn't have that much gas left in the tank. But pretty cool. Now, you guys see the end of the Florida State game over the weekend?
Oh, sure.
I'm here with my family.
Yeah, I enjoyed that thoroughly.
Don, you were excited about this LSU game, and let's hear the end from this is from FSU Radio.
Boy to snap, Bramlett to hold, to send it to free football. Snap, spot, blocked! Yeah! It's no good! Yeah! It's blocked! Shaheed Brown got his mitt on it! Fire up the war chant and plant the spear! Nose wind! Nose wind!
So Florida State upsets LSU, who goes to 0-1. That was some of the most obscene steppage of all time.
Oh.
Let's hear the call, though, on LSU radio as well.
The all-important point after in a 24-23 ball game. Here's the snap. Placement down. Kick on the way, and it is blocked, and it hits the crossbar. No good. And Florida State going to survive this one 24-23.
Now, I made a change in the way I think during my suspension contract negotiation breakdown.
Okay.
I will not criticize the lunatic fringe of college football analysts anymore. They want to step, let them step.
Yeah.
I'm done.
It's
I'm
college.
done.
That's what college is about.
But these are not college kids.
No,
It's
but I'm
college
saying that
radio
they're
station.
playing.
I get it.
Steppage was.
I know.
I mean, I know it was exciting. Can we hear it one more time? The Florida State one. This is.
Boy to snap, Bramlett to hold, to send it to free football. Snap, spot, blocked! Yeah! It's no good! Yeah! Yay! It's blocked! Shaheed Brown got his mitt on
Football!
See, now, the old Michael K., the one before the snafu and the breakdown, that guy should be tased.
Well, right. Here's what I will say. The play-by-play announcers are professionals. But I think a lot of these radio at universities, it's former players that are just. I don't know if they want to be broadcasters or want to be professional in outside of the school that they work for. They're just waving the pom-pom and they're cheerleaders, and that's exactly what the radio station wants. That's what the school wants. And I feel bad for the play-by-play guy. He's trying to do a decent call, and these guys are just being yo-yos. But the end of the LSU game, I mean, it goes beyond just a blocked extra point. Did they get a turnover at the 1, march 99 yards, get a play out of bounds to get it to 2 with 1 second left?
Unreal.
And then they score the touchdown. It's going to be one of the most dramatic comebacks because they were down 2 touchdowns with like 8 minutes to go, or less than that probably, and because that's when I started watching with about 8.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And then they get the extra blocked, and all I kept thinking about was the fake accent and the twirling video with his quarterback. Remember that one?
So you're happy that it took an unbelievable drive, that it hurt Brian Kelly more than like a 24-17 loss.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
That's what you're looking for every weekend.
I got no love for that guy. And or Notre Dame for that matter. But you know what? That's what you get.
He did lose his accent. He must have gone to some classes.
He never had.
Yeah, he's been working through.
He's a mess.
Now, I'm told we have some audio from an LSU fan as well.
What that kid gonna do?
That's not.
That's only a touchdown.
Did you see this one thing here?
That's not.
Ed Orgeron, the previous coach. You know how much he got paid to leave?
No.
$17 million. And I'm paraphrasing. He said, when they offered me that, I said, when do you want me to leave and what door do you want me to leave in?
Yeah.
I respect it. How can you not respect it? All you can do is respect it.
Let the door hit me where the good Lord split me.
That will do it for ENN on this Tuesday, September 6th. And I did it for my family.
There's no bigger ENN done than the one that follows a breakdown, contract snafu, and a suspension.
Hits different.
It does hit different. You know, we haven't taken nearly the amount of phone calls we want to because we want to connect with you. We want to touch you. 1-800-919. You heard me. 1-800-919-3776. We're rolling through. Whatever you want to ask us about, whatever you want to talk about.
Do it.
We're here until 7. Don's best friend takes over after that. It's Kay, LaGreca, Rosenberg, soon to be Grassa, and you, right here on Yes at 98.7 ESPN.
You had me at Allison 10-speed transmission. Premium features available on GMC Sierra Heavy Duty. Step up to GMC with 0% financing on Sierra Heavy Duty models. GMC, we are professional grade.
In a recent clinical study, patients using Salonpas patch reported reductions in pain severity, using less or a lot less oral pain medicines, and improved quality of life. That's why we recommend Salonpas. It's good medicine.
These days, it feels like everything is 20% more expensive. But right now at Domino's, you can get 20% off the entire menu when you order online. That means 20% off specialty pizzas, mouth-watering wings, stuffed cheesy bread, and everything else for a limited time only at Domino's.
Hey, big man. Oh, hey. Dave told me you got some kind of great system for betting that really works.
It's true.
What is it? Is it like home dogs? No. It's bird mascots.
No, I just use FanDuel's responsible gaming tools like time and spending limits to manage my play.
That's the system.
Hasn't failed me yet.
Cool. You know what, man? I'm just going to keep this between you and me.
It's not a secret, Bob.
Every bettor has a system. Make FanDuel's responsible gaming tools a key part of yours. It's more fun that way.
Get your weekly roundup of everything Pinstripes on Yankees Magazine.
I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it.
New episodes every Wednesday on Yes and the Yes app.
When you become a champion, everyone wants a piece of you. You're a New York champion, so there's a lot more eyeballs on you this season. There's a target on your back, and to try and repeat is in the DNA of this football club now. It's time to get down to business, baby. Let's go. Habits!
Ukraine remains under attack. Millions of people have fled, creating the fastest-growing refugee crisis in modern history. Children and families are seeking safety. AmeriCares is responding with critical medicine and supplies, and we're working alongside local partners to get aid where it's most needed. For more than 40 years, AmeriCares has met health needs after natural disasters and in humanitarian crises. We know health is essential for everyone's future. Now AmeriCares is protecting the health of children and adults caught in this terrible crisis. In Ukraine and in the surrounding countries, there is a critical need for medicines, medical supplies, and ongoing health care. So let's work together. Together, we can improve health. Together, we can save lives. Learn how at americares.org/help-Ukraine.
The story of the Kind Mini. We took the full-size bar and cut it in half. So the next time it's 3 o'clock and you want some delicious dark chocolate, grab a dark chocolate nuts and sea salt mini with whole almonds and just 90 calories. It's a kinder way to satisfy.
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
We know y'all can cook real good, but sometimes the fam just wants Popeyes for dinner. And since our 11-piece box packs lots of our juicy signature chicken everyone can enjoy, you want in too. Get it only at Popeyes.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Basketball has taught me a lot. Teamwork, determination, confidence, how to win and how to lose, how to get up and keep going. Basketball taught me how to be a leader. 80% of women leaders played sports growing up, but girls drop out of sports twice as often as boys. Let's help our girls lean into sports and leadership.
The stadium has come alive.
That's right. This was a fun game to watch.
Up for grabs. And he knew it. The crowd knew it.
The Yankee fans will remember for a long time.
Towing the slab and the boogie down.
You saw him do the green.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
There's his walk-off home run. What a blast by Judge.
Oh, this is pretty sweet right here.
You hear the sound of thunder.
He's not just on pace to get to 61. He's on pace to shatter that home run record. Shatter it. See ya. Home run, Aaron Judge.
This dude is absolutely incredible.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
Taking something out of the bag of tricks. Nasty Nestor. The diving Cortez. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. Strike three. 6 strikeouts in a row. Cortez absolutely dominating.
He is so much fun to watch.
When you become a champion, everyone wants a piece of you. You're a New York champion, so there's a lot more eyeballs on you this season. There's a target on your back, and to try and repeat is in the DNA of this football club now. It's time to get down to business, baby. Let's go. Habits!
You're watching Yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
This is brought to you by Nissan. Yankees got rained out today against the Twins. It'll be a straight doubleheader tomorrow starting at 3. If you plan to watch it, the first game is on Prime Video. The second game will be on Yes. Herman starts the first game. Garrett Cole starts the second game. The Michael Kay Show will actually be a TV vehicle while the first game is on Prime Video, and a radio vehicle from 3 until 7 anyway. Mets are playing tonight against the Pirates as they try to get back on the winning way, and hard-charging Braves are just 1 game behind. And if you have a chance today, I want you to read the interview that Jason Stark and Doug Glanville had with Joe Madden. It's in The Athletic today. They did it on a podcast, but it's been transcribed into print. And Joe Madden said, the analytics are so intrusive now, you just can't do your job. He said they've got analytic guys that actually have lockers in the clubhouse. He said, I want all the information I could get, but I want to give it out the way I want to give it out. He said, but the analytics guy now gives it up to, they're teaching the players this stuff. He said, and it's just too much. It's oversaturation, and a manager can't do his job. And I was just texting with a friend of mine who asked me if I read it, and I said, yeah, he'll never work again. No. Unless they find some team that doesn't want to spend money on analytics, but every team has analytic guys dressing in that clubhouse, wearing like sweatpants and pullovers and stuff like that, and working directly with players. That's the way it is, and that's the way it's going to stay.
But the one team that seems to be bucking the trend, no pun intended, are the Mets. Now, they're analytically driven, but, you know, Pete Alonso is the Mets version of Aaron Judge. He bats cleanup. And they keep...
Well, because here's the way the Mets do their analytics. They've got the same amount of analytic people as all the big teams. They all come into Buck's office, give him the information. He debates them on what he wants to, what he agrees with, what he doesn't, and then he implements it the way he wants. Right. Because he's 66 years old. And the Mets were desperate to win right away, so they brought in a guy with a winning pedigree. Right. But the next Met manager is going to be somebody who is all, and Buck is all in on this stuff, but nobody's going to tell him what lineup to make out, and he's not going to let an analytic guy work with a hitter.
Unfortunately, is that we are going to get to the point, Michael, within maybe the next decade where the manager is nobody. And really, I think that's what they're driving towards. Because I can tell you, I think the reason the Mets are in first place is because of Buck Showalter. I don't think that Rojas or Callaway would have this team where they are.
Right.
So a manager can, because of his gut, because of debating the analytical guys, can actually have a say in where this organization is going. But it doesn't seem like they want to have that. And it's a shame, because I do think a manager can reflect negatively or positively to the team because of some of the things that they do. And, you know, Mike Scioscia is probably never going to work again. Joe Madden's done. Bruce Bochy's done. But
maybe, Don, it changes if the Mets win, with Showalter doing it the way he does it. Maybe it changes.
But who is trained to do that? As you said, Buck's 66 years old, right? All the guys that I mentioned, point. Joe Madden's in his 60s. I mean, I would think
he's 68.
Yeah, and Bochy's up there too. He's in his 60s, and Mike Scioscia's probably late 50s, early 60s. So, who are the young guys that are going to be like those guys?
There are none. Because all the guys in the minor leagues have to do the same thing.
They're all gone now. So, and I think that's a shame. It's a shame from an entertainment standpoint that there's no more Lou Pinellas or Billy Martins or Earl Weavers. And it's also a shame because I think there's a gut and there's a heart that goes into a team that I think the analytic guys just don't get.
Well, the one thing that bothers me the most about the analytic bent in the sport right now is the arrogance of the analytic people. Like, they can't be wrong. Well, you know what? Since only one of 30 teams win, there's a lot of analytic people that have been wrong. A lot. Now, you can say, well, the team that wins the World Series is usually an analytic team. All right, so you got to have the right analytic guys. Sometimes analytics need the right people. Maybe your analytics aren't working. So I don't know if there's ever going to be a tipping point, but Joe Madden coming out and saying this, again, he probably ensures that he never gets a job, but, you know, this is a respected guy who's won a World Series title and was at the forefront of analytics when he was with Tampa Bay. But he had a hand in it, and he had a hand in how distributing it. Now it's distributed right from the iPad, from the guy who's in the analytic department to the players. He's saying, give it to me, give it to our coaches, and let us disseminate the information to the players. I don't think a lot of teams work that way. That's today's Around the Bases, brought to you by Nissan. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full lineup that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at nissanusa.com today. All right, let's go to Frank and Nutley. Frank.
Hey,
guys. Long-time listener. Finally worked out. I was in traffic and I got through.
Thanks.
And I wanted to call about something. Now, I'm not a big Peter fan, but Peter lately, last year or two, has been asking some of the better questions when you guys have coaches on and I guess some other interviews. He asked his buddy Bob about the Denzel Mims trade rumors. And you guys, and last year you guys were kind of all over that. which was, I think, feeling the listeners had those questions of why were they not using Mims. He mumbled, he said, Denzel Mims is a big part of our team. He's one of our 6 wide receivers. And then I think he mumble special teams.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Again, I might be wrong. I don't think he said he's a special team superstar.
Mm-hmm.
Just let me say, I mean, I think that would have been a good chance to follow up. They showcased him in that last game. Is this something with the coach and GM? Is he going to be involved in a game plan? Maybe you could have asked. Is he going to be suiting up? You know, something's going on there. The agent asked for a trade. Last year, you guys were on it. Seemed very odd that he wasn't playing as much. And he showcased in that last game.
Frank, we know the answer to it. We know the answer. The guy doesn't play special teams. He's not good at special teams. And they have 3 guys. I mean, it's been documented. It's been written. They have 3 guys that they think are better than him. He's the 6th wide receiver right now.
But my point is, let's see how he's utilized. If after week 1 he's not playing, I mean, they tried to. We don't know what happened with the trades or whatever. He's still here. He says he's the top 6 receiver. Okay, if we see that in week 1 against Baltimore, then everything's fine. But we'll have him on every Monday, and if we see him not dressed or we see him not targeted, then we're going to say, what you said he was one of your top 6 receivers and everything's great. Well, believe me, he'll have to answer to it. We have him on once a week.
How many times did we put his feet to the fire about Mims last year? It's the same nonsense. He's got to be able to play special teams.
It gets
they
me.
didn't trade him because they wouldn't get enough for him, and it would make Douglas look bad. That's why they held on to him. Why ask questions we know the answer to? The guy wouldn't even tell us who's starting. He'll tell us tomorrow morning. I guess he's going to see how Zach Wilson sleeps.
He's not going anywhere. I'm on once a week.
It's good to know that Peter's turned into Mike Wallace while I was on suspension.
Ooh, well, yeah.
That's, you don't have to belittle me.
No, I'm not. This is what Frank said.
Frank just said I brought the ruckus. You know, I don't think that was special. I think I did a nice job with Boone over the summer, but I don't think that was special what I just did.
Boone's told me he didn't like the way you interviewed him all summer.
Really? He said that?
Yeah. We'll talk to him on Thursday about it.
Okay.
By the way, the Sterling Marte picture, a lot of people on Twitter have told me it was on Instagram, not Twitter. That's why.
It was on the Scram.
Yeah, it was on the
Scram.
Yeah. All right. I hear that a new feature is Dan Grassa on the last segment.
That's right.
A lot changed while you were away.
Yeah. So we'll talk to Dan, or maybe I'll just let Don talk to him. And we'll have bedroom sounds in the back. Anyway, that's coming up in just a moment, right here on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
With a new Toyota, you can practically make summer stand still. From making a splash in a Highlander to fitting in more fun in a Camry or tackling a trailhead in a RAV4 hybrid. Who's a good boy? Enjoy the last of summer in an exciting new Toyota during Toyota's national sales event.
Get 1.9% APR financing for 48 months on the fuel-efficient 2022 RAV4 or RAV4 hybrid. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost service plan.
Come in today.
Toyota, let's go places.
You see, son, with a little elbow grease, you can do just about anything.
Thanks, Dad.
That's right, Robert. And it's never too early to learn you could save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
That's right, Jamie. But it's not just about savings. It's about the friends we make along the way.
You said it, Flo. And don't forget to floss before you brush. Your gums will thank you.
That's right, Dr. Gary.
Jamie?
Sorry, I had another thought, so I got back in line.
What was it?
I can't remember.
10 years ago, we started Untuck out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. It's been quite a journey. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. With great fabrics and design at the perfect untucked length, so you can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Just look for our signature sale. Untuck It, 10 years in the making, and we're nowhere close to stopping. Shop our Labor Day sale today at untuckit.com.
Get your weekly roundup of everything Pinstripes on Yankees Magazine.
I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it.
New episodes every Wednesday on Yes and the Yes app.
You hear the sound of thunder.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
You hear it coming closer and closer and closer. You hear the sound of thunder.
What would you give for a child you loved to make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine.
These days, it feels like everything is 20% more expensive. But right now at Domino's, you can get 20% off the entire menu when you order online. That means 20% off specialty pizzas, mouth-watering wings, stuffed cheesy bread, and everything else for a limited time only at Domino's.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn, and here's a horse and jump. Maverick is moving up the outside. And there is no stretch. It's Maverick coming down to the 8th hole, but still makes it.
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
You've just been diagnosed with mesothelioma, and you're also facing the biggest financial decision of your life concerning which law firm to hire. Research your options, since all law firms are not equally experienced. Visit webinar.law to download the Law Firm Selection Checklist and video by Weitz and Luxembourg. We literally wrote the book on New York asbestos litigation. Call 1-888-411-LAWS to learn more. That's 888-411-LAWS.
At DraftKings Casino, we give credit where credit is due, in the form of credit. Sign up with DraftKings Casino and get up to $50 in free credits when you deposit $25. That's like extra credit. Download the DraftKings Casino app or play online today. Deposit $25 and get up to $50 in free credits to use on any game. Now, roll credits.
Drizzly makes it easy to shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor from wherever I am. I just open the app, find what I want, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes.
Drizzly. Ding dong, Drizzly.
He's not just on pace to get the 61. He's on pace to shatter that home run record, shatter it.
Dude is absolutely incredible.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
Get trending with Yes's off-field fashion.
Whoa, now that is a fly outfit.
As some of the best designers from the Fashion Institute of Technology.
The speed of that laser was insane.
Get the opportunity of a lifetime to style celebrities from the sports world and beyond.
For them to totally nail their styles, very classic.
Feels perfect. It's like hugging.
Watch Off-Field Fashion, streaming now, exclusively on the S app.
Well, the Yankees have given themselves a shot. Donaldson comes up, and he's the winning run at the plate. So you want to write a fairy tale? Donaldson could end it right here. High fly ball. See ya! A walk-off grand slam, and the Yankees pull victory from the jaws of defeat. What a big win for the New York Yankees.
Michael, can you say signature moment?
Absolute joy on this one swing in the Bronx. All right, so we have Jets-Ravens at 1 o'clock Sunday right here on 98.7 ESPN. The pregame show starts at 11, hosted by Dan Grassa and
he's good.
Greg Buttle. Now, Dan Grassa also hosts the show immediately following this one.
That's right.
So he'll be on with us, and he'll be on his own show in about 8 minutes, but he joins us right now. Dan, how you doing?
Michael, I'm good. How are you? How was your summer? How's life? How's things?
Nervous breakdown, all that, but I'm good now. Everything's good.
You've overcome the anxiety, the nervous breakdown, all those things. That's good.
I worked through all of it. So how do you enjoy the new gig, the 7 o'clock show?
That's great. And it's going to be really fun now because now that the summer is, I guess, unofficially over and we've turned that page, the football season, this is what people live for. It's what we live for, of course. And, oh, by the way, you got a couple of first-place teams still in the thick of the pennant race as far as the baseball is concerned. So this is like the perfect time to really, get in our groove here for the show. So that's why it's been so much fun.
Now, the Mets playing the Pirates right now, and Starling Marte, who posted a great picture on Instagram, got hit with a fastball on the hand.
Not the ball
in the first inning.
What was the picture?
Oh, he's halfway nude looking out at the city of Pittsburgh with pancakes behind him.
Anyway.
Call it up. You'll love it.
There's a lot
he
going
talked
on.
with Buck Showalter whether or not he should come out of the game, but he stayed in the game, so that's something to watch today. That game is underway. Don't know if you heard Robert Saleh today, but he would not commit on who's going to start at quarterback. So who do you think is going to start?
I would, and I've been saying this for weeks. I mean, I just think as soon as Zach went down, you pretty much could almost pencil in Joe as the guy. I mean, I'm just thinking based upon how they approached it last year. Because remember when Zach got hurt last year in the middle of the season, they were uber cautious before they put him back in. And even the first game he returned against the Houston Texans, he didn't play all that great. He looked a little bit rusty. So I think they're going to err on the side of caution again, guys. And I would just expect Flacco to play on Sunday.
Well,
I really would.
Explain this to me, because I don't know if you heard the interview. But I asked him, what if Flacco goes out there, throws 4 touchdown passes, you beat Baltimore 35-7, does Flacco, play in game 2 against Cleveland? Mm-hmm. And he said, oh, that's a nice problem to have. He wouldn't answer it. Why would your answer not be, as soon as Wilson is healthy, he starts? Like, why would you even entertain the possibility of him sitting and watching Flacco play? I don't care how well he plays.
Well, Don, what was his answer last year when Mike White went out there and beat the Cincinnati Bengals?
That's right.
He actually floated to the media that he, would not commit even, that Zach Wilson is going to take over and that, Mike White could maybe be this team's quarterback. So I don't know. I mean, you would have thought he learned from that firestorm last year, but
last year was different. Last year he was a rookie. A lot of people didn't think he should have even started the season as the quarterback anyway, and they had to because they had no really legitimate backup, at least the time they thought so. But now you've got weapons for this kid. He's got to play. It's year 2 here. So I think the answer has to be different, Dan. All right, rookie season, that's a different story. Maybe he'd benefit from watching. How does he benefit from watching now in his second year?
Well, I mean, I think that this relies to just the status of the knee, because I think when he's healthy, he is going to play. It's not like it's a wait-and-see proposition. I don't think – look, I think everybody who's a Jet fan hopes that Flacco, if he is going to play Sunday, does go out there and throw 4 touchdown passes and they win the game. But the bottom line is, guys, I mean, we all know this. Zach is going to play when he is healthy, and that could be either week 1, week 2, week 3, and I think regardless of what Joe Flacco does, but I think he as the head coach is trying to keep this ship going in the right direction, keep everybody on the same page. He's not going to sit there and throw Joe Flacco to the wolves and say, oh, well, we don't think he could throw 4 touchdown passes by saying something like that about, his quarterback, because, look, they're trying to win the game regardless of who's under center.
How many games are they going to win this year?
I'll tell you this. I'm going to talk about it tonight. That's a good little tease that you opened the door for.
He's really good.
For the life of me, maybe you guys have seen this. Nationally, the expectations for this team, I don't think they were lower last year. And they've done nothing but go out there and upgrade this roster on paper. Now, granted, paper doesn't win games. You got to go out there on the field. But, guys, when you see, the ESPN power rankings, they have the Jets 30th out of 32. Pro Football Talk today had them 31. Only the Houston Texans were. I mean, guys, what game are we watching? They're not going to be one of the 2-3 worst teams in football this year. They're not winning the Super Bowl, but they're not going to be that bad.
If they are, he might lose his job because there are no 5-year plans anymore.
Amen. Well, Michael, that's what I've been saying. I said if they are going to be as bad as so many prognosticators assume they're going to be, then there are going to be major changes, I think, at the end of the year, because there's no way this team is going to be that bad. I just don't see it.
Dan Graca show coming up just in moments on 98.7. It will always follow our show from 7 to 10. Dan, we look forward to hearing you on my ride home. I'll be listening, but thanks a lot.
All right, guys. Awesome. Talk to you soon.
That is Dan Graca, and now Don has something to do for the 3 hours after this show, Peter.
You think he just finishes the show, sits down, and just listens to Dan?
Great to be back, everybody. Hope you're back with us. See you.
That's a wrap on the show for today. Coming up next, AC Milan Soccer. For all of us here on the Michael Kay Show, this is Chris Sheard saying thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. The Michael Kay Show on Yes is brought to you in part by Bigelow.